Good evening. For the sake of people that are going to watch this after the stream, I'm just going to go right into it. We're going to career mode. We're going to learn how to fly the CJ4 in a basic way. I'm not 100%, I'm not a CJ4 pilot in real life. So if you're flying the CJ4 in career mode, you're probably doing it to grind money to get the 737. The CJ4 can be bought used or new, ranges from like 3.5 million credits up to like 7.5 new. And I think it's only for right now it's only for the VIP charter missions, not to be confused with the private charter missions. What's up, Bob? What's up, Condor? What's up, Gary? So if you want to follow along, hop in career mode. Hop in the mission section. I already own a CJ4, so I'm going to pick an employee mission. Or, sorry, a freelancer mission. But if you want to do the employee mission, right now it's a little weird, but the way to find them is to look for... Wait a minute, is that VIP? Thought it was to look for the dots. Maybe they just changed this. It was to look for the VIPs with the dots, but this now says charter service VIP with a King Air. This one's a charter service private. Okay, so what we're looking for is the VIP ones. Maybe they added more planes. It looks like maybe you can use the... It looks like maybe you can use the CJ4 now and the PC-12 for VIP missions. So yeah, just look for the VIP ones with the red dot, which is a little weird if you're in employee mode. Like if you don't own the CJ4 yet. So the VIP missions with the red dots are ones where you can change the time to whatever you want. So as I move the time slider up here, if you look at one of these VIP missions, you'll notice the red dot does not go away. And which means whatever time is selected here, anything with a red dot will use that time. Anything without a red dot will change the time. So this one without the red dot says 9:39 a.m. This one with the red dot says 1:58 a.m. So if I move this to here, the one without the red dot here still says 9:39 a.m. The one with the red dot now says 12:47 p.m. So you can choose. The ones with the red dots are going to use the time and date chosen up here in the top right. Nope, the red dot does not mean IFR. The red dot is for live time. It means it's whatever time you have chosen up here, the mission is at that chosen time. All right, so I own a CJ4, so I'm just going to go and find a CJ4 mission. Actually, maybe for the first one, I'll do an employee one if I can find a CJ4 mission so we can all find the same mission. You tried a long haul VIP earlier, wouldn't let you use your PC-24? Oh, only the CJ4. It's so weird because here there are VIP missions with the PC-24 right there. Okay, here's one with the CJ4. This is a 9-hour mission, but that's in Cessna 172 time. So really this is like, probably like 2 or 3 hours, but we'll use time acceleration. Maybe we can find a shorter one than 9 hours. Let me look around a little bit more. Ideally, we don't do a... Oh, here's a better one. All right, if you guys can find this one... Well, it just disappeared. Where is it? Oh, is it this one? Yeah, here we go. Palmdale to Telluride. You didn't guilt me into this? Oh, no, it's better for me. Like, this is something I can do right now. And I did a live tutorial last week. All right, so if you guys are following along, go to employee, and there's one here in Palmdale in California, like in the LA area, north of LA. It is VIP, not to be confused with charter private. Charter private is for like the CJ or for the Vision jet. The charter service VIP are for like actual business jets. So this is KPMD to KTEX. Or what you can do is go to search, type KPMD and click it, and it should zoom you in, and then you can hit mission list. Or it'll just show you the mission. Anyway, choose this mission, VIP travel raw, number raw 9, Telluride. We'll see how the... This might not be a great idea, because Telluride says low IFR. This always says VFR and low IFR, I'm pretty sure. So I'm going to hit tab, open up Telluride and look at the actual weather. Yeah, see, the actual weather in Telluride is VFR. The other thing you can do, let me double check this real quick. You can change the time you want to fly. So if when you fly this, it's nighttime and you don't want to fly at night, change the time using the slider up here. Where'd the mission go? It's over here. Okay, here it is. So you can see it's nighttime right now and it says the mission starts at 11:26 p.m. Red dot means it's using the time right here. So if I move the time to certain times, you can see other ones have red dots because they happen to be assigned that time. But for some reason, the VIP ones right now, you can choose any time you want. So VIP, oh, it's a different one. Oops, Palmdale right there. So 1:34 a.m. I do not want to go at 1:34 a.m., especially for one of my first flights. So just move this till it's like somewhat daytime. And then when you point at it, it should say the time you chose. So 9:26 a.m. We'll click on VIP and then we'll get started. Now, these missions can pay you millions and millions, like what, 5 million plus, mattering your reputation, mattering the length of the mission. So this is the new quickest way to grind for money for a 737. You do not need to do medium cargo missions at 1 million each anymore. You can do these for like 5+ million. All right, so we'll just accept this. Oh, that's weird. It said one offer. Must be a marketplace thing. All right, here's our CJ4 twin engine business jet. We're gonna hit fly. It does not, I'll warn you in advance, it does not have an auto throttle. You kind of need to slam it down into the runway. But we will fly with autopilot pretty much the entire time. What's up, Flynn? And let me get the chat on here, sorry. There we go. Let me get the tracker up too, and I'll move the missions down just so we can have some kind of tracking going on. So KPMD to KTEX, CJ4. All right, the tracker is active. Did I know there are more missions that show in the drop-down box than on the map, even when zoomed in? Oh, you mean like when you click a... Well, it matters your zoom range. I mean, at least the last time I tested it, the drop-down showed the things slightly outside of your zoom range, so it was more of a radius than what you had shown on the map. But I didn't find anything in the drop-down that I could not find on the map. But hopefully they add a crap ton more. Oh yeah, sorry. So we're taking off the chocks. Go and take off the chocks. I'm gonna take off. Did I just grab the static port covers? There's static port covers over here. Make sure there's nothing on there. I don't even know if I just pulled them off. And then at the back we got the engine cover right there. So make sure you have all the covers off and make sure your mission steps say that you have all the covers off. Do not make the mistake of leaving any of these on, because once you get in the air, you're pretty much going to fail the mission at that point if you can't land it at the destination. So yeah, make sure none of these covers and indicators, like the AOA vane, angle of attack vane, pitot tube cover, and the static port covers, make sure those are all good. The chocks are gone and the engine covers are gone. And then you can hop inside. There we go. Okay, and then we can request boarding. Before we do that, we'll get the battery and stuff on. Now, if you guys want, if you're watching this, actually, you know what? because this will probably be the thing you guys do most of the time when you're grinding these missions to save time. For the first flight, we're going to skip to taxi and skip to takeoff. So you can speed run these if you want to after the fact. So let's hit Alt-N to skip to taxi. What the heck? All right. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Ready to leave.
All right, and then hit your brake, I guess.
See, you're already getting everything.
Oh my God.
Our passenger, Madam Harper.
All right, that's a fun one.
Expect all of you to provide her with the best of service.
What's up,
I
Mac?
know I can count on you. Have a nice trip.
Happy Ireland Day. Entered taxiway without an announcement. Did I? All right, let's skip to takeoff and get ready to hold our brakes again, I guess. Okay, looks like we're good. All right, that was fun. All right, let me hop back in. Okay, I was just in the external camera. Okay, so most of the time when you're speed running this is probably what you're going to end up doing, even if you know how to start the plane up and you just want to save time. So we'll do it for this first flight. Second flight, we'll get it started from cold and dark. Now let's look through the instrument cameras real quick. Shift 1 through 0 are your instrument camera presets. So we'll hit Shift 1. This pretty much sees all of the autopilot section up here in the top area. This is your autopilot panel right here. You have your MFD and PFD, which is like your navigation display for both the left and right seat. And then down here you have the FMC for both the left and the right pilot. And the avionics here, if you want to get super nerdy and Google them and find manuals or tips or anything, this is the Collins Pro Line 21 or PL. That's Papa Lima 21. Pro Line 21 or PL 21 avionics. And the working title team who made this plane, and improved this plane rather, they did make a really nice manual for it that I also recommend looking at. Let me bring up that manual just so I can show it. It should be on flightsimulator.com. Yeah, it is. So if you go to flightsimulator.com/aircraft manuals, I'll put that in the chat and I'll also show it here on the stream. But if you go here to the aircraft manuals page and you scroll down, you can find an aircraft manual for the CJ4 that was made by the working title team. So right here, Citation CJ4. It says click here to download it, and it's a PDF. So when you open that up, you can save this, whatever, put it on your tablet, whatever you want to do. And if you go through this, it's like a nice, concise, but thorough document about everything. Oh, so this is called the CDU, I guess, not the, what did I call it? Did I call it the CDU? I forget. Anyway, it's the CDU, and we have two of them. So anyway, Shift 1 will bring you, pretty much if you need to change the autopilot or get a closer look at your displays, Shift 1 is your friend. Shift 2 will bring you down to mostly this section here where we have our startup controls, like our battery, avionics, and generators over here. Down here is our environmental controls. Those are actually in the right position for us by default, so we don't really need to do anything. You normally have to go down here and set this climate control into normal after you start the engines, but it's already there. And then over here on the right, you have your ice protection. So you have things like our pitot static heat, and actually we should have both of these on. There we go. Looks like it was on, the light just wasn't on, so that might be a bug. And if we need anti-ice, this is where anti-ice is. There's a lot of ice protection systems here. Okay, and then Shift 3 takes you to this section here, which kind of shows you these CDUs. They're not the most visible, but you know, it's good enough. You might want to make a custom camera. If you do want to make a custom camera, like zoomed way in, you could like zoom in down like this or something and say, I'll set this to camera 4. So that is Shift F8. And then you use that camera with Shift F4, which is like camera 4. So now I can hit Shift F4 instead of like Shift 3 or 4, Shift F4. to get a close view of this. Okay, and then we have shift 4 is just showing like our parking brake. Shift 5 shows the engine run and engine starter buttons down here. So when we start this up in flight 2, all you really do is open these and hit run, and then hit the engine starter button, and the engines just start themselves up. Here we have our flaps indicator, both our throttle levers. So if you're using split throttle, you'll want throttle 1 and 2, or if you just have throttle axis bound, that will control both of them at the same time. And then you'll notice that there's a cruise D10. It's not really a D10. It's pretty much everything below climb is actually cruise. Then there's a climb D10 and a takeoff D10. So once we're in cruise, there's no auto throttle. For takeoff, we'll use takeoff. If you've ever flown an Airbus or something like that, you're used to pulling it back into climb after takeoff. And we'll do the same in this. And then once we are in cruise, we pull it back into the cruise and just max out our airspeed basically. And then here we also have a speed brake. We can use this in flight or when we get onto the ground. There's no arm position. It's just a lever. So you don't pull it in or out or anything. It just goes a full axis. If you want, you can set an axis to spoilers axis, and that will work with this. And then you have our flap control. We either have flap 0, 15, or 35. And in this plane, you can take off with either 0 or 15. And then above that, we have our lights. So you can see they're already set up here for takeoff. And these are also the internal lights. So these are the 2 left screens, the 2 right screens. And this is all of the controls. So you can see if I move this to nighttime, you can see these all light up, all the backlighting for everything. But we'll move it to day so it's all turned off. And then we have our exterior lights and our passenger lights. So you can turn on like the belts, the interior like safety lighting. And you can see it's got logo on. I'm going to turn that off. So since we're holding short for takeoff, we have strobe and landing on already as if we're ready to enter the runway. Okay, and then 6, we pretty much don't need this rudder trim, aileron trim. We're not going to touch these. Shift 7, these are dome lights. So we have the dome lights like up here. This center one controls the cabin lighting behind us. And then we have one for the right side. And we can see our packs back here. For some reason in career mode, it only ever loads 2 people. That's all I've ever seen. Even though we can hold like 7. And yep, there's a bathroom back here. I think it's under here. But, you know, they didn't take the time to make it so, you know, it's not the best plane because the toilet doesn't work. Okay, Derby says I have a bug with this aircraft. If you do the hold button to shut down, it turns the avionics off before the engine shut down. Yes, I ran into that. Was it yesterday? Yeah, if you use the quick shutdown, like the default is Control-Shift-E, it doesn't actually shut the whole thing down. So we'll do a manual shutdown at the end. The way to get by that, if you do that, is just to go back down. And I think you have to restart. Do you just turn the battery on? I forget what I did. I think I just turned the battery back on down here and the avionics switch back on. So over here, battery and avionics to the on position. Then I think it finally shut the engines down. But yeah, it's best to just go down like when you finish one of these missions until that bug is fixed. All you have to do is click these to open the little guards that are on them and click each one of these buttons to shut down the engines. And that should be enough to finish the career mode mission. Okay, so let's go ahead and set up the FMS right now, the flight management system. So that's where our route is. So I'm going to hit you can either Shift 3 to get down to this preset, or if you set one like I did, I'm using Shift F4 to get to this. So first thing you can see, it says initialize position. We're going to, anytime you see like text with an arrow pointing, or in general, all of these side buttons on the left and right side correspond with something that is written on the left or right side. So if we want to move forward to the position init screen, we hit the button next to it over here. So that'll move to the next page, and we can see position init, page 1 of 1. If there's more than one page, you can use page previous and next to move between them. All we're going to do here is just set our position to our current GPS position by just clicking right here. And it just says complete. So now that warning goes away. You can put in the airport code for your departure if you want. So if we go up to our EFB, let me make this big. We go up to our EFB under the flight planner. Again, EFB is up here in the top menu, or you can hit tab on your keyboard. The EFB, we have KPMD, so we can optionally put KPMD in here. If you make a typo, there's a delete and clear button over on the right. So I'm doing KPMD, and then clicking. Basically how this works is you type something in and it puts it in the scratch pad area down here. And then you tell it where to paste it basically. So we're going to put it in where it says airport. Oh, key not active. Okay. We can't do it. All right. So I'll just clear that out by hitting clear. You can also use the scratch pad by clicking on the screen. If you do that, you see it says keyboard input active. So you can type whatever you want. And then when you're done, you click the screen anywhere to turn off keyboard. And then you would click to paste it. So now I can hit left click and then backspace it out. And then click the screen again to get rid of keyboard mode. So you click keyboard mode on and off. Anywhere on the screen, just click. Okay, let's go to flight plan next. So you see the next arrow down here says flight plan. We're just going to check it because it should be set for us. So now in here we can see our origin, KPMD, KTEX, that's Telluride, 532 miles. And then here we have the start of our flight plan where it says VIA. So the first thing, and all we're going to see in this with the career mode one is direct twos, because even if we were on airways, it flattens them down into like individual waypoints. So you'll just see direct to all these waypoints. If we want to page through this, we just hit next. You can see it says page 1 of 3. So let's hit next. You can see it just says direct for all of these. So we're direct to Bugga, Unpass, NITS, Jalma, PGA, and then next is going to be KD45Q. And then we have our lovely discontinuity friend here, which will happen when there is a break in our flight plan because it doesn't know where to go. In this case, it's kind of like if you've flown the Vision Jet or the PC-12 and watch the tutorials I made on those. We have a discontinuity because we have a vectors approach. So we can do the same thing we did in those videos and just connect this using an initial approach fix for the approach. So this says we're going to get the RNAV Zulu runway 9. If we want to look at that, over here it says approach procedure and it's already selected. So because there's a procedure selected over here, we can see if there's a chart pre-pinned for us. And it matters what airport you're flying to. So if we want to see if they're pre-pinned, just click the clipboard right here. And there's no approach pinned. And it's probably because there's not a LIDO chart, but there's probably an FAA chart. So instead of looking up the charts, we're going to do it kind of an easier way. We're going to go into the route and we're going to use the change procedure button here. You can see it says RNAV 9 Zulu direct. Direct turns it into the vectors over here instead of having a waypoint. So we're just going to hit change procedure. And now if we look, actually this is where we're taking off from. But if we choose one of these, I'm going to choose a different one, then choose the Zulu again. It'll move towards Telluride. And now we can see a preview. When we click on each of these fixes, we can see a preview of where those fixes are. So as I click, and if I look for ETL, ETL is right over here. If I click HAVWU, it's showing HAVWU is right over here. This is actually the one we want because what you can see is the magenta is our course that's planned. HAVWU is right along that course, so we might as well use that one. So I'm going to use HAVWU. So RNAV 9 Zulu HAVWU. So now we're going to commit to that by hitting change procedure. Then if we look at our route again and we zoom way in over here, this looks really nice. It goes from HAVWU to here and then right over here and lands. And if we look at the waypoint before this, it's that KD45Q waypoint we see right here. So we've made this change in the tablet, but we have not made this change in our avionics. So this is just a quick way for us to figure out which waypoint should we use on this approach. We're going to use this HAVWU waypoint. Now we need to change it over here. We can try, the first thing we can try is going to route and then hitting send route to avionics. So if I click that, we'll see if it synchronizes it correctly. When you do this, you'll see execute highlight. So to commit to it, we need to hit execute. And you'll see there's still a discontinuity. So the way to get rid of that is to go to legs. This is just each individual waypoint. It's another way to look at our flight plan, a more detailed way. And we'll go next until we find the discontinuity. There it is. So it's saying that between KD45Q, which we saw over here, KD45Q, and the waypoint we just picked, HAVWU, those are not connected like they are here. So we need to get rid of the discontinuity. So in this plane, to do that, we just move HavWu up. So we do that by clicking HavWu and then moving it up to here. You can see it moved it up, and now we hit execute, and now they're all connected. It doesn't say discontinuity anymore. Now that was kind of a lot, so if you don't want to do it this way where you hit send to avionics, the way to change this manually is to go down here to departure and arrival. So if I hit departure arrival, what we're editing is the approach. So that's going to be on the arrival side, not the departure side. You can see here it's at departure because we're at our departure airport still. So what I'm going to do is hit departure arrival index, and then instead go to the arrival section here. This is where we can see our arrivals if we had one, our star. We do not have one on this. And we have our approach. So to change the approach or the transition waypoint, you would click the button next to it. So for us, say this had vectors still selected. I'm going to click vectors again and hit execute. It would have been like this. So to change to HavWu, we would just click HavWu and then hit OK. And if there's more than one, you can use next. See how there's more pages? So I'm going to choose HavWu here, hit execute. Either way you do it, either through the EFB or over here, you'll want to go to legs and scroll down and make sure that you get rid of the discontinuity. So we want to move HavWu up into this blank spot. So we move it up like that and then execute. So sorry, that was a lot, but if we don't change this, like you could do this when you get in the air if you want, resolve these discontinuities and stuff, but just for the sake of having the flight plan just totally ready to go, we're just doing it on the ground. Now, if you want to get this kind of preview, say you don't want to deal with the EFB and how it's separate, what you could do, another alternative here, is to use the plan view on this screen. So there's a couple ways to get to it. The easiest, I think, is if you hit mem2. Down here, there's a button that says mem2. It's like a preset. And then we can zoom this in and out by using the range knob, which is way up here where it says tilt range. So if I hit shift 1, this is kind of the view we want. Right up here, it says tilt range, and we want like the inner part of this knob. You can see there's two parts. If I point anywhere in the middle, it highlights the inner part of it. So I can point at that and use my mouse wheel, and that'll zoom out. This actually zooms out both maps. So when I'm zoomed out, what I can do down here to step through the flight plan, this is the MFD. So we go to the MFD advanced page, and then we can hit next waypoint over and over, and that'll move it all the way out here. So if I hit next waypoint enough, see out to the very last one, and then I zoom the map in, we'll get a pretty good look at what it actually looks like here. So now we can see that it's going HeyWu, and then it's going inbound, and then it's actually, the blue there is the missed approach. So it's pretty much connected. We can see 13,000 and 12,000 for our altitudes when we get there. All right, that's enough for now. We'll look at that more when we're on cruise before we start our descent. So to get out of this, I'm going to bring this back to the legs page. And then I'm going to go back to mem1, which will give us kind of a heading up map. And if we zoom that out, we can zoom that out to see our next waypoints. Alrighty, so that was kind of a lot, so we can go over that more. I know that'll seem like a lot when you first do it. Okay, so up here on mission steps, we're going to request takeoff clearance by hitting enter, or whatever it says for you. Down here we have our lights on. We got our strobe and landing light on already. And it set it to flaps 15 automatically for us. And what we're going to do now is get our autopilot ready. Again, you would normally do this like at parking before we even taxi. But we'll get the autopilot ready like we do, like I've done in other videos. We'll hit enter to acknowledge that.
Cleared for takeoff runway 25 couch, Romeo Alpha Whiskey
the first thing I'm going to do is get the altimeter set by hitting comma on my keyboard. Happens to be 3004 right now. Again, mission steps. I'll keep hitting enter to keep that going.
Dear passengers,
next, I'm going to hit tab and look at our cruise altitude over here. Up here in the top right, it's 32,000. So we're going to use our altitude knob to dial in 32,000 over here where it's blue.
I gently remind you to fasten your seatbelt and that this is a non-smoking
All right, 32,000 is set. And then in the CJ4, it's really easy. We just use flight level change. So just hit FLC. You'll see it say FLC. And we're going to use this speed knob to dial in 240 knots. Just climb it. Every single flight, you can just use 240 all the way up to cruise. So now I've moved that. We have FLC 240 here and over here. And then next, I'm going to hit heading mode, and we'll sync that once we pull onto the runway. So over here, you should have heading, flight level change 240, and then your cruise altitude, mine happens to be 32,000. This plane can go up to 45,000. All right, once you have all that, we'll hit our parking brake. You can either hit a shortcut or hit the handle right down here. And then we'll use both of our thrust levers here to pull onto the runway. And this does not have a tiller. If you've ever flown an airliner, they have a little tiller. Even the the C700, the Longitude has a tiller. In this plane, you steer on the ground with your feet still. All right, so we're going to move out onto the runway, line up. This is runway 25. This thing has a really good turning radius too. So we'll make use of the whole runway. All right, now that we're lined up with runway 25, I'm going to stop here. On our autopilot, we're going to take off using heading mode to start, and then we'll turn ourselves onto course after that. So I'm going to hit heading mode, or I already hit heading mode, sorry, so it says heading. I'm going to push the heading bug to sync, so that moves our heading bug straight ahead to our current heading, runway heading. And then I would also recommend at this point just hitting nav. Now, if you happen to have a mission that has a departure procedure, it might turn on nav mode or LNAV, lateral navigation, automatically. For us, our course is not, we don't have a departure procedure that's going to have a magenta line straight off of the takeoff and turn us around or something. We're going to have to turn ourselves around to get to our initial course back here. But if yours does have a departure procedure, you may see magenta lines going right in front of you once you're lined up at the runway. So when you take off, you're just using nav mode right away when you turn the autopilot on. Yeah, Joseph, yeah. It's not fixed. It's if you go above 40,000 feet, there is a cabin pressure warning you get over here on your messages. It does not end your career mode mission, though. It won't fail you. So you can just ignore that until they fix it. All right, so we're all set for takeoff. We just... Actually, no, we're not. Sorry, I didn't do the takeoff performance. Let me hit my parking brake again. And I forgot to do takeoff performance. So like you do in airliners, we can get an accurate rotation speed for the plane based on our weight and everything. So we can do that by hitting perf. And then over here, I'm going to go to perf init. This is where we can enter our weight and balance. So if you don't want to do this, it's fine. You can just skip this, just give it full throttle and wait till you're at like, I think it's like 100 knots or so, and then just rotate. We'll see what it gives us. That's totally fine. But I'm going to put these in case you want to do this. And we just find our zero fuel weight by going into our tablet again, going to the aircraft, flight performances, and then up here where it says mass and balance. Now under mass and balance, if you hit the little info button where it says total mass right down here, it gives us a bunch of info. I like to just use zero fuel weight, which is ZFW. So for ZFW, we can put in 10,627 and then just put that in right here. And as soon as you make that change, you'll see it say execute. So we'll hit execute. Now it's sensed our fuel automatically. So it knows how much fuel we have on board. And then the zero fuel weight is saying this is the weight of everything else besides the fuel. So it knowing the fuel and the zero fuel weight means it knows our total gross weight. Now we can click this next button that says take off. And here you can see things like wind and what runway we're taking off from, the runway slope, if it's dry or wet. If it happened to be wet, you could click this to change it to wet conditions. And yeah, we don't get a default wind. We'll just avoid the wind for now. It's totally fine. You can put this in later if you want to. Like, you could go and no, I'll just do it in case you want to do it, or you can skip ahead. If we want to find the wind without using ATIS, you could bring up your comm panel and try to find ATIS and listen to it. But if we want to do it ourselves, we can go and find the METAR. So that's a weather report at this airport. Click on the little info button next to Palmdale. I'll go to weather. And this cryptic looking thing right here, some of it's broken down here. So you can see 21 knots from 210. So I can type in 210 at 21 knots. The problem with this is that this is in true heading, not magnetic heading. So it gets a little complicated. We want to translate this from true heading to magnetic heading, which is what we use in the plane for navigation. To do that, I'm going to go to runways and just look at the runway info. Right here, the runway says the heading of the runway is 232 true or 220 magnetic. So how do we translate from true to magnetic? Well, it's how do we get from 232 to 220, or from 32 to 20, we subtract 12. So if I go to weather and subtract 12 from 210, then we'll get 198. So if I put in 198, that's the actual wind in magnetic. We're making that translation. So it's a little advanced, but anyway. And then I'm just going to put in the full gust instead. So this is 21 knots, gusting 27 knots. I'm going to put in 27, just worst case scenario. And then here, this is what everyone loves about career mode. You'll see when you put in the winds, it'll tell you for the runway we're taking off on, the headwind or tailwind, and if you have a left or right crosswind. So like you guys see here, and you love to see it in career mode all the time, we have a 22 knot crosswind for takeoff. It's going to be very fun. I could also put in the temperature. Over here you can see temperature is 15, so we can type 15 and put that in as well. It's also got the QNH. It's got our altimeter setting automatically. If you go through the process of putting all these in and doing what I did on the last screen, you can now hit next page. You see it has 3 pages. If you hit next to go to page 2, we have all of our calculated V speeds. This is our committed to takeoff speed. When you hit V1, that means you take off no matter what, because you're going to not have enough runway to stop. Rotation speed, that's when you start slowly pulling back on the yoke until we get airborne. V2 is our speed that we can climb on with one engine if one engine fails. And then our VT speed, I think that's the speed that we're crossing over the far end of the runway threshold at after we're departing. So over here, takeoff flaps is set to 0, but you see they have us set for 15 by default. So you can either go to 0, or if you want to use 15, choose 15 here. Once all those V-speed calculations are there, you can just hit send. And that's going to put them right up here on our PFD. And now we'll see these bugs just like we get in the Garmin and other avionics. We'll see those bugs so we know we rotate at 96 knots. If you don't care about any of this, you don't want to do it yet, it sounds too complicated, just give it full takeoff power, pull back around 100 knots or so, you'll be fine. Okay, let's go ahead and finally take off. I'm going to go to the legs page and we're going to do the takeoff, get my parking brake off again. And all we do is give it full throttle, hold the center line using our rudders. And for me, I'm rotating when we get to, was it 94 knots? 96 knots. And remember, I have a really nasty crosswind. So this is going to be not fun. I'm already at 95 knots. Very slowly pulling back. And we're up. Just don't pitch up more than like 10 or 15 degrees. In general, that's a good idea. We're going to hit our gear up button, where you can reach down here and grab the gear and pull it up. This thing is extremely, extremely fast. It's very easy to overspeed this plane. We're going to wait till we get to 1,000 above the ground, like that. I'm going to hit the autopilot on button, or you can reach over here and click AP. And as soon as I do that, I'm already going to pull back into the climb detent. So we're in the takeoff detent. You can see it written here, TO. What I'm going to do is pull this back a little bit until I see it say climb, climb. There it is. Now I'm going to leave it in climb. And I'm also going to get my flaps up. Hit enter to talk to ATC.
132, 85 for Couch Romeo Alpha Whiskey Niner.
And if you take off and you don't get into the climb detent or don't get the autopilot on quickly enough, you'll notice yourself overspeeding really fast. So if you're in that case, you're still controlling the plane manually, pull the throttle back into the cruise. You'll have to pull it back to like 50% or something to get yourself slowed down, because this thing is a rocket ship. All right, now that we're up, our flaps are up, we're going to go ahead and turn ourselves onto course. So you can see the broken side of the line over here. If you want to change the format of this screen, you can hit the format button way up here, FRMT. So if you want, you can hit that to put the map over here, if you'd rather see it here, or a 360. So what I'm going to do is just grab the heading bug and turn us around to aim towards that course. You can see we're aiming towards the course here, towards that magenta line with this dashed blue line. The bug over here is aiming towards the broken side of the magenta line. And we're climbing all the way up to 32,000 feet. All right. So flaps are up, gears up. And we're at 240 knots with lots of power to spare. Climbing at 4,300 feet per minute. And then they called out 10,000 feet, so we can turn our landing light off now if we want. We can let our passengers stand up, whatever. So we are cruising up to 33. Oh, it says 33, not 32. So I'll go down here and fix that. Usually this happens in career mode. When you look at your cruise altitude, 320, it's going to be 100 more than that they tell you to climb to. So grab the altitude knob over here and pull our selected altitude up to 33. All right, 33 is set right there. And we just leave it in flight level change all the way up to our cruise altitude. Flight level change 240 knots. And as we get closer and closer to this magenta line, because I already armed nav mode, you should double check to make sure you have LNAV either active already if you were on a departure procedure, or that it's right here in white, LNAV 1. That means it's ready to use navigation mode when we get close enough to this magenta line. So once we get close enough, we'll see nav mode take over here, and it'll fly this course for us. Yeah, nothing like climbing at 6,000 feet. Yeah, this thing is insane. Yeah, it's really, really fun. I know it says I love flying the CJ4. Nice. Navigation. Navigraph integration. No, the charts button and the checklist button, unfortunately, do not work. But you guys may have noticed that they added charts into the Epic avionics. So the new avionics that are in the PC12 and the PC24 got charts added to them. I hope they do the same with this, because that would be awesome. There's also a checklist button down here. It doesn't work now. It used to work when this was just a mod by the working title team. But now that they're officially working for Microsoft, the checklists were removed for some reason. We keep seeing that where they get added and removed, but yeah, they're not in there right now. So we're coming up to 18,000 feet. Once we get there, you'll see that it starts flashing right here. Watch the altimeter start flashing. It should be at 18.3 it'll start flashing to let us know that we're not at the right altimeter setting. Oh, is it more in this plane? Maybe it doesn't flash in this plane. Anyway, above 18,000 feet, we should change to standard altimeter in the United States. So we do that just by grabbing the baro knob right here and pushing it. You can do that by right-clicking. That'll change it to 2992 standard. And this has a nice pre-selector, so if when we get our altimeter setting for landing, we can pre-select it and have it on standby right here in white before we get down to our transition level, and then we'll swap it back. What's up, Bird? What's up, Mech? What's up, Speeve? What's up, Jack? Spider? Kerbear? What's up, Noodle? Altitude being off in career mode is dependent on whether you're flying east or... Oh, is it really? That's funny. So it always puts an even number up here, even if you're flying east. So then it ups it to an odd altitude. That makes sense. My screen shows TOD by default. Oh, yes. Yeah, we're not ready for TOD, but yes, this is a really good configuration option, is to take the top half of the MFD. You can put in the VNav window. To do that, you go down here, click on display menu. So you can see it says left display menu. That's this section up here. And actually it's the whole menu is about everything that's displayed here. And you can see that you can turn on different items on the map here. So speeds, altitudes, high, low nav aids, intersections, airports. That's where you configure what is visible on the map. So you can clean it up that way. And then down here at the bottom left, it says window. And this is, I believe, off by default. It could be on. It matters which number you hit down here. But if you turn it on, it shows you your upcoming waypoints. And then it shows your destination. And if you click it one more time to VNav, it will change the right side to VNav information. So once we get up into cruise, this is useful to find when our top of descent is. This is dependent on your flight plan having something like an approach, an arrival, or altitudes that you define in it. Generally, it's going to be through a star or an approach. And so if you're not seeing a top of descent, it's because you did not go into the legs, and either you don't have an approach selected, or if you go into your legs page and scroll through, you probably have a discontinuity or a waypoint that's called vectors or manual. And in those cases, it's going to wait for your manual action before you can proceed past that waypoint. If you really want, you could hit the delete button and choose a waypoint like that if it's blocking you, like a vector waypoint. And you'll want to see how it affects your flight plan, but essentially for it to have a top of descent, it needs to be able to go to the next waypoint all the way down the list until it finds the first altitude constraint over here, like 13,000. And then you see all these other ones. We have 12.9, then the runway. After that is our missed approach. But if there's anything like a discontinuity or a manual sequence or a vector in between there that's blocking it from getting past, those things will block it from getting to the altitude constraint. And then so it cannot calculate your top of descent. What's up, Blue Ninja? So because the new sim update added in all the VIP CJ4 missions, they're all over the place. Whoa. You getting some like condensation? The heck? It looks a little aggressive. Because they added all these missions, like this is going to be the quickest way to grind for a 737. I do not have a 737 yet myself. Yeah, what is that? Is it an engine fire? Oh, we're in climb detent. Yeah, we're fine.
Couch Romeo Alpha, Whiskey, Niner contact.
Climb detent. Nothing is shown. I don't know what that is.
Tree 5. Good day.
It's only when I zoom in far, too. Just like a flickering. All right, we're going to hit enter to talk to ATC.
126. Tree fight for couch.
If you're speed running this, what you can do, you guys probably already know this, but you can go up to your communication menu up here, and you can cancel IFR at the first opportunity, and then you don't have to listen to ATC anymore.
Couch Romeo Alpha, Whiskey, Niner Los Angeles Center radar.
Again, and for the sake of speed running for this first flight, if we want, we can go here, and there is no cancel IFR option yet, so I'm out of luck. Maybe if I go to COM 2 and then back to COM 1. No.
Altitude.
No. Not giving me the option right now. Maybe once we get into cruise, we can do it. All right, it said altitude, which means we're 1,000 away from our top altitude. If you want to be nice and smooth here, you could switch to vertical speed mode and move your climb rate down to 1,000 feet per minute for the last 1,000 feet. So it doesn't go 2,000 or 2,500 feet per minute up to settle that, it'll have to stop more abruptly. All right, let's hit enter and inform passengers. Oh, you can't do it until when you get to a certain altitude? Huh.
First, I'd like to welcome everyone on behalf of
all right, so
Airways on flight
it's doing altitude capture right now, so it's leveling us off slowly at 33,000 feet. So we're still in climb power. What we want to do now is move this back into cruise power, which is everything below climb is considered cruise. So now we have altitude hold. And all I'm going to do is pull this back a little bit till it says crew. There it is, cruise. And all you have to do is make sure you don't overspeed this thing. So if you want, take it all the way up as high as you can get. Get going like Mach 0.71, 0.72. If you're using a split throttle, try to keep both of the N1s even here so you burn fuel equally or utilize each engine equally. So I need to move my left one up a bit because it's at 99.3 on the right. If you're using a symmetrical throttle, so it's just linked, or you just use throttle axis without a number, then they'll move symmetrically. All right, so that's good enough. We'll just keep an eye on our overspeed. All right, now we're 90 miles from Bugga. And we are not going to skip the descent because we don't want to lose all the money. I mean, this is an employee mission, so it's not that much money. It's like 70,000 base. But when you do these in the freelance mode, when you own the CJ4, you're going to get like 2 to, I don't know, 10 million. Was it Condor that got like a 15 million payday or something? So mattering how long the mission is and what the base payment says and what your reputation is, like if you have an S tier reputation, you're going to get a huge bonus. So it just matters those things, how much you're going to get paid. Oh, 9.5 million. Okay. Oh, if you're between centers, it bugs out and I'll let you cancel. Oh, it'll let me cancel after the next acknowledge. Okay, cool. We'll try that, Derpy. 94% is the best for cruise. As long as, you know, it's up to you. For me, I just want to go as fast as possible. Oh yeah, we're going 0.744. It also matters what your altitude is, so. Yeah, we're only at 33,000 on this. Now, if we want to get our winds, our wind are shown right here, 6.7, with this little arrow on it. I believe if we go to the Prague page... oh, we don't have a Prague page on this, do we? Oh, yeah, we do. Sorry, it's under index. So there's no dedicated Prague page, but if you go to IDX over here, this is kind of your main menu of everything. And then there's a Prague button on the right side here. So if you hit this, we have our distance and ETE until we get to the next waypoint, how much fuel we're expected to have when we get to that waypoint. I did not fuel up the plane for this. You can see that at the destination right now, it's estimating in an hour we'll be at Telluride and we'll have 800 pounds of fuel left. So right now, if we look up here, we can see we have 14 plus 14. So we have 2,900 pounds, 2.9. So at this waypoint, we'll have 2.4, 2.1, and then it only shows our current waypoint, the one after it, and then our destination. Kind of like it shows up here on the little window. But if we go to progress page 2, then we can see our tailwind and our crosswind component. And also we can see our static air temperature outside. So if we want to break this down into the tailwind, headwind, or crosswind components, the 67, that's how you do it. Index, Prague, next page, and then you'll see them broken down here. So we got a 59 knot tailwind right now, which is nice. In the climb, I didn't go through any clouds, but if you want to turn on anti-icing in your climb, or if you need to, you have all the anti-ice or ice protection controls down here. So we have the pitot and static heat on before we take off, pretty much always. I don't know if there might be a rule like if you're under 5 Celsius, you could check that. You can find the temperature from the ram air temperature over here, -24. And where is outside air temp in this? Over here, I think. Oh yeah, here we go. We got static air temp. That's basically our outside air temp. So over here, you can go on that, -50 if you're on the ground. And then, let's see, the other thing is the wing and anti-ice systems. So these, you have to use one or the other. So you can turn either on engine only, or if there's some wing icing buildup out here on the wings and you need to get that off, you can, either the wings or the horizontal stabilizer up here, you can move this to the top position, which is wing and engine anti-ice. So you just choose one or the other. And then whichever one it's on, if you hit the buttons again, it'll turn it off. Oh, there's tail de-ice, sorry, separate. So you'd probably go from like this kind of position, and then say you see icing on the leading edges of the wing or the tail, then you'll go up and move it into the top 4 here. And then when you're done, you can move it back down here like that, turn those off, and then finally turn these off. And then yeah, you have a wing light if it's nighttime and you need to see the wing better. So that is all there. And then, yeah, at this point, I'm just going to zoom out. We're going to go to 2x. So I'm going to go use my acceleration. What's up, AK? So if you want to use time acceleration, I highly recommend it. You don't lose any money by using it. This plane goes pretty good at 4. It goes great at 2x. So I'm gonna hit Control+ to do that. So we'll go at double speed. And it's okay at 4x. I've had it start doing the porpoising, like up, down thing before, so you can try it out. It's a good idea in general to be at your computer or your Xbox, like be there if you're using anything more than 2x.
Couch Romeo Alpha Whiskey 9er contact.
2x is generally safe to walk away using.
15.
All right, they're passing us off again. I'm gonna hit enter.
Going to 128.
And remember, if you're using Time Excel and you haven't canceled IFR yet, those commands have way less time for you to reply.
Couch Romeo Alpha Whiskey 9er
It'll give you a punishment for not replying twice as fast if you're in 2x speed. All right, so it says fly to unpass now. Let's see if we can cancel IFR. Not yet. All right, so I'm in 2x speed. Because we turn on the VNAV part, we can see top of descent 44 minutes. So in real time, that's more like 22 minutes. If we go to 4x speed, then it'll be in about 10 minutes. And then it's showing us that if we started our descent right now, we would descend at 400 feet per minute to get to our next constraint, which is at Bugga. We want to be at a specific altitude. So we look down at Bugga. Or sorry, not Bugga. It would be ETL, 13,000 or above. Basically, it's saying if you start your descent right now, you would only need to go 400 feet per minute because we're so far away from our destination. But we wait until this gets to about the 3-degree standard rate of descent. So this will keep going up as we get closer and closer. Eventually, when we hit 3 degrees, that's our top of descent because you want to descend at 3 degrees angle of descent. Did Microsoft Flight Sim improve the performance? Did 2 flights, 737 CJ4, 75 FPS. It just matters what, I mean, I think they did do some performance improvements. If you're going from like flying in multiplayer to flying alone in career mode, whoops, I didn't hit enter. It really matters where you're flying, what you're flying, and how many people are around you that determine your performance. So if you're flying alone in career mode with no multiplayer on and no traffic injection turned on, then you're going to have way better performance. The biggest performance reducing things, the biggest hits on performance in the sim are terrain level of detail and how many planes are around you. Whoa. All right, let's see if we can cancel it now. Nope, I'm out of luck. The shortcut for opening the comm window up is backslash, by the way, the one near your return or enter key. Next to backspace and return is backslash. That one is the one for comm window by default. I'm just leaving these on for fun. You can bind a key called toggle visual assistances to turn those off. I'm opening FSUIPC to get my sim rate thing working on my stream deck. Let's see if it works. Yep, I'm in 4x speed. Yeah, it doesn't like me. Request vectors and cancel. Yeah, let's see.
Los Angeles Center Couch Romeo Alpha Whiskey.
Studied the whole user manual.
Next waypoint.
Yeah, maybe I can say cancel here.
Alpha Whiskey 9er, continue to nights following heading 045. Resume own navigation.
Acknowledge.
Continue to nights following heading 045. Resume own navigation. Couch Romeo Alpha Whiskey 9er.
Doesn't like me. Nah. Oh, that's fine. You can see I'm almost at the red bar, but yeah, you can just take it as fast as you can. It's up to you. And if you see it's bouncing around a bit because of gusts and stuff, if you want to, you know, avoid the overspeed penalties, then you'll probably want to be, you know, 10 knots or so below the top. It just matters how much it's moving, right? So it's up to you how much you want to risk it.
Los Angeles Center Couch Romeo Alpha Whiskey Niner FL
See, we just got an
330.
overspeed warning for a split second, so I'll pull it down to like
Couch
97.
Romeo Alpha Whiskey Niner Los Angeles Center radar contact. Continue to Jalma.
All right, continuing to Jalma. Let's see if I can cancel it now. Nope. It hates me. Oh, you have to be under flight level 180 to cancel? Is that what you're saying? Oh, okay, okay. All right, well, I'll just keep talking to him. It's fine. All right, well, we're in 4X, which means we only have, like, what, 7 minutes until we get, or 6 minutes until we get to top of descent. So just like in our Garmin-equipped planes, all we have to do to follow the top of descent is to move our altitude down to a lower altitude and click VNAV. That's it. VNAV button's right here. We'll click on that, and then over here we see path. And VNAV is holding our altitude right now. So that's it. It's the same as in the Garmin. Move the altitude down, press the VNAV button. Now if we want, we can go down here to legs, scroll down and find the runway, which is right here, runway 9. And look at the altitude right before the runway, SETMA 12,900. So I'll set my altitude to 12,900.
Going to 124. 85 Couch Romeo Alpha Whiskey Niner.
Now this is Telluride where, we'll look at the charts in a second, but I'm guessing we don't have any vertical navigation on this approach. Thank you for the crab. All right, continue to Jalma. So if you want to look up, I'm going to go to 2X for a minute while we look at the chart. So we want to go up to our tablet and look at the chart. You can. We'll go to our route and then scroll down and see where Telluride is here. Click the info button. And then now that it says KTEX, which is Telluride down here in pink or purple, magenta, go ahead and click the charts button. Because we're in the US, and you can see we don't have any LIDO charts here. LIDO charts you'll find at much larger airports worldwide. But if you happen to be in the US, smaller airports, you can go to FAA charts and find FAA charts for those airports in the US. So now we can go to approaches, and I think I put in the RNAV Zulu runway 9er. If you want to pin it, you can hit this little chart clipboard button on the left. That'll put it in the clipboard section. And whichever one you want to look at, you hit the button on the right. So this is RNAV GPS runway 9er. If we look down here at the minimums, this table down here, LP is an approach type that does not have vertical guidance. I think we'll still give advisory vertical guidance, but it's going to line us up with the runway accurately, but it is not going to guide us down to like 200 feet like an ILS will. And because Telluride's at such high altitude, our minimums are really, really high. So you can see here, LP, which is localizer performance. It's basically like a localizer approach. Lines you up with the runway, but no glide slope, no ILS, just the localizer part. And then we can see here for, I think we might be a Bravo. I don't know. They're all the same actually, so it doesn't matter. But 1,640 feet for the minimums. If you guys are advanced and you want to put in the minimums, you do that with the refs menu button right here. So I'll hit refs menu. It brings up this little menu down here. And we use this with this center knob here where it says menu, advance, and data. So we'll use the outer part of the knob to move the little blue cursor down to where it says minimums. I'm going to move it to Barrow and then right click to push the inner part of the knob to select it. Now we use the inner part of the knob and roll it to select our Barrow minimums. So I'm going to choose 10,640. Then there's 10.6, 10.640 and Barrow minimums. And now to close this menu, I can just hit refs again. The Barrow minimum's hidden right behind this where it says our standby altimeter setting. And then over here, just what we saw in the flight plan, 12,900 is our bottom altitude right here for the approach. After that, we're responsible for carrying on down to our, we use like vertical speed or disconnect the autopilot, whatever, to go below 12.9. But VNAV will get us down to 12.9. Now let's go ahead and hit enter again.
127. 55 Couch Romeo Alpha Whiskey Niner.
See if I can cancel IFR finally. Our top of descent is in 14 minutes, so we still see that right here.
Couch Romeo Alpha Whiskey Niner Denver Center radar contact. Continue to KD45Q.
All right, still can't cancel it. All right, just like we did on the takeoff, we can put in the weather at Telluride in our approach section here. So if you go to performance down here, you can go to approach, and just like we did before on the way out, we can put in the weather and get an accurate approach and reference speed, which is the speed at which you cross the threshold of the runway right before you land. So to do that, we're already on Telluride. Remember, we can go up to route, go to Telluride, info, and then go to weather. Actually, I'm going to go to runways first, just to make sure. Okay, it says runway 9 is recommended. And you can see here on the approach, we do have runway 9 selected, so we're good there. If we click on that, I'm going to do the offset thing again to translate between true and magnetic heading. So 105 to 96, that's -9. So how do you get from one to the other? You subtract 9 to get to 96. So when we put in the winds, I'm going to subtract 9. So instead of 160, that's true heading. To get that to magnetic, we subtract 9, so it's 151. At 11, gusting 14, so I'll just put in the 14. Some people like to put in half the gust factor, so between 11 and 14, that's a 3-knot difference. So they take half of 3, maybe round up, so they'd say 2. So they turn 11 plus 2 into 13. I'm just going to put in 14. So we'll see here, as soon as we put that in, we have an 8-knot headwind and an 11-knot crosswind from the left on landing. Next, we want temperature is 6. OAT, outside air temperature, we'll put that in. And then altimeter is where the A is in the 4 numbers. Altimeter 3018, so I'll do 3018. Put that in where it says QNH. If you're flying outside of the US, you'll have a Q. Outside of the US, Canada, or Japan, you'll have a Q instead of an A. So in that case, you put in that number. It'll be like, 101010 or something like that. You just put that in over here instead of inches of mercury. So Q and then the 4 numbers is the same. Just a different unit of measurement. All right, and then now that we put in the information for Telluride, we can go to page 2 like we did before. Anti-icing, let's see, if we look at the weather again, it says VFR, so we don't have any clouds below, is that 2,000 or 1,000 feet or 2,000 feet? I think it's 2,000. We can see it just says 10 miles of visibility or 8.69 miles of visibility. Temperature is 6. So I guess I'll leave anti-ice off. If you had anti-ice on, you can put it on here. And then we have our speeds. V approach speed right here, and then our V ref speed right before we touch down. We'll hit send, and that will, again, put them over here. We can't see them until we get slower or until we get closer. But it's sent it over. It says done. So we'll go back to legs. And we should be at our top of the descent soon. 7 minutes. What's up, Rich? Oh, thanks, Arctic. Just lurking? Nice. All right, so we're going to KD45Q. We're still good on the mission steps. If you were able to go to your comm window and just hit cancel IFR, then your last mission step is just to land at the airport. Or not your last, but your next is just to land at the airport. Then you're just going to taxi and park and shut it down. But I didn't get lucky. Mine doesn't want me to cancel IFR. Go ahead and turn those off. I'm just doing career mode missions, Rich. And I haven't been syncing my heading bug, but if you want to be super awesome, you can sync your heading bug to your current heading every time you make a turn. Do that periodically if you want to be super serious. I'm going to give it a little more power here. And once we get to the top of descent, so we'll see, it says 2 degrees right now, 1,900 feet per minute, 4 minutes. So as we get closer, this will get towards 3 degrees before it starts our top of descent. And we're going all the way down to 12,900. Telluride's just super high. We're going through clouds here, but I'm just going to go by the Boeing rule of, I don't know if it's universal, but if you go to index Prague page 2 with the next button, when your static air temp is below -40 in cruise, you do not have to worry about the anti-ice. When you're in the descent, though, you'll want to turn it on if you're under 10 degrees. We're at negative 49 here. But it's just a good idea in general to have it on in a descent through clouds. Any kind of visible moisture, clouds, rain, snow, sleet, somebody spraying you with a super soaker, whatever. What's up, Satan? What's the difference between VFR and IFR? VFR means you fly visually. You don't rely on your instruments. You can see where you're going just looking outside the plane. That's how real-world pilots start their flight training, is learning VFR, and then later you learn IFR, which is instrument flight rules, where you can fly with no visibility through clouds, you know. And IFR also has IFR flight plans, which we're using, which are very, very detailed. Every waypoint, your entire route is known to ATC, and ATC is with you the entire time. IFR lets you fly up higher altitude in worse weather, lower visibility, all that kind of stuff. Visual flight rules is like you can just go flying looking at your plane. Yeah, what's up, Satan? All right, so we started our descent, so I'm pulling my throttle way back. Now we're using VNav. If you wanted to, if you don't want to control the speed, like you could try using flight level change for the descent, pinning your speed really high, but VNav, I still like using VNav. We're going to use the range knob over here to zoom in a bit more. They're telling us to climb for some reason, which is really annoying.
Maintain FL tree, 0 Couch Romeo, Alpha Whiskey Niner.
And let's see, they told us our approach, it looks like. And they said RNAV Zulu runway 9 with Havwu, which is what we picked. So if you're listening to ADC, maybe that's where you want to go and change it. Let me go back to 1x speed now. We already picked Havwu, so that's what they assigned us anyway. So we got lucky, or, you know, we just picked the most logical. So if they told you and you wanted to switch, you could go down to departure arrival, hit the index, make sure in the arrival section, choose the approach, choose the transition waypoint, then execute, and then make sure you're going to the right leg. If you need to do a direct to in this plane, how you do it is you can just take whichever waypoint you want to go direct to and move it to the top position. So if I want to go direct to ETL, I'll move ETL up here. And actually, no, sorry. We do have a direct to button in this. Never mind. Sorry, we have a direct to. In this plane, just hit DIR. Yeah, and then just click the waypoint and then hit execute. You'll go direct to. And then I can cancel it because I don't want to. All right, so we're in the descent, so I'm going to get the engine anti-ice on.
Contact Denver Center on 118. 575. Good day.
Okay, we'll acknowledge the handoff and then maybe not do it.
575 for Couch Romeo, Alpha Whiskey Niner.
All right, so I got the anti-ice on, and the altimeter setting at the destination was 3018, so I can put that in the pre-selector here. So once we get under 18,000, we can just right-click this, and that'll swap these. Think of it like your comm radio. You can put in a standby altimeter setting. IFR, I follow roads. Oh yeah, VFR means virtual flight sim rules. That's right. Yeah, if you're on the bird track, yeah. All right, so at 250 knots, we can go faster if we want to. I usually just get down to 250 early, but we can definitely speed up here until we get to 10,000 feet. Now, this is an RNAV approach, so this is a GPS approach. We looked at the chart here. If you are doing an ILS approach or something like that, and you got it tuned in, the way if you need to, well, you can treat this just like if you've flown the Vision Jet. You can, as you get towards your final approach course and you're going to turn towards it, you can just hit approach. That'll do the same thing the Vision Jet does and switch you over to localizer mode automatically to your nav1 radio. If you want to do it manually, there's a nav button right here. This is your nav source button. So if you hit that, it'll switch you to green needles. So you can use your nav1 or nav2 radio for something like a localizer, a VOR, ILS approach. But again, you can just, as long as you do it before you get to that final turn, hit approach in advance, it'll turn this to green needles automatically for you. If this blue here is distracting you, I believe you can turn this off down here by going to display menu and then page 2. Yep, and then missed approach. Oh, it's not turning it off. The other thing you can do here is the range altitude selection. This is the banana. So it's not like a magenta one or a blue one. It's a white one. But this shows when you'll be at your selected altitude. If you want that. Oh, it just went away. There it goes. So you can turn off missed approach here. It just takes a second to take it off there. So if it's distracting you or if you're reviewing your flight plan, you can turn it off on page 2. All right, so I'm going to zoom in. We're pretty much just making a right turn and then landing at the airport. Now remember, this plane does not have auto throttle, and we only have 2 notches of flaps. We already have our final approach altitude in there, which is 12,900 at our final approach fix. And then you can see it's pretty steep. It says 3.59 degrees for the angle of descent. Normally it's 3.0. So once we get up here to cones, we're going to turn right. There's the IAF right here. And then it leaves us off heading towards the runway. And if we need to do the missed approach, up here it says do a climbing right turn to 15,000. So we pretty much just do a U-turn all the way around and get back out away from the mountains. All right, we're under 18,000, so I'm going to swap my altimeter by right-clicking. So now we're at 3018, which is what we got from the METAR. And I'm going to slow down a bit because we're getting closer to 10,000 feet. And we're also about to make that final turn to the right here, so I'm just going to hit my approach mode button. And we can see glide path here. So I think in this plane we basically get like a, even though it doesn't have vertical guidance, it's going to give us an advisory vertical guidance like we get with the Garmin. And what are our speeds in this? I don't actually know the gear extension speed. I don't see it. Oh, here it is over here. Oh, that's just our maneuvering. Oh yeah, maximum gear operating speed is 200. So 200 is also our flaps 15 speed. So once we get to 200, you'll see a little 15 shown here. That'll remind you that you can put flaps 15 and gear down. So we should see the little 15 showing up here soon. Now this is a really high altitude airport, so the 10,000 thing is a little weird. So I'm just going to get landing lights on. We have our belts on already. All right, said we are 1,000 feet from our final altitude. So right here you can see flaps 15, so we can get gear and flaps 15 when we get to 200 knots. And you do have a speed brake right here if you need it to slow down. I'm not going to worry about that when we land. We're just going to use maximum braking. And we're pretty much out of the clouds now, so I'm going to get the anti-ice off. All right, so it says VALT. It's holding us at our final altitude here of 12,900. We're already down far enough. We still have that SEPMA waypoint we're coming up to, which is right here. We're going to hold 12.9 until we get to SEPMA, and then we can continue our descent there to SEPMA. Remember, it's 3.59 degrees, so this is a steeper one. And we can see the runway right out here. So we're under our flaps 15 and gear speed. You can then see flaps 35. And then below that, we'll see our approach speed once we get slower. Remember, we put in the approach over here on the performance screen. And so our approach speed right here is 104. Now remember, the winds said they were gusting. The winds are gusting up to 14 knots. Back on page 1, we had 8-knot headwind. So it's a good idea to add a little more speed to this just because of the gusts. I mean, the gust factor is only, let's see, it's 8-knot headwinds. And it was gusting 14, so it'll only be a couple knots, like 2 or 3 knots gusting. So we'll just add the tiniest bit of extra speed. Stay just a little bit above our approach speed, just for the gusts. All right, it's going to turn us to the left one more time here for our last waypoint, which is the runway. And at this point, we can start descending. Now look over here, glide path is not active just yet, but it's about to come down. Now this isn't a real glide path, this is just advisory, so there's glide path. So now that we're on a glide path, I'll just get my gear down and flaps 15. And remember, it's manual throttle, so just fly it like a Cessna, you're just gonna be faster. Still do all the same things. Watch your airspeed, keep your eye on the runway, aim for the aiming point. And this is just still descending us with our autopilot. So whenever you are comfy and ready, you can wait till you get really close. You'll turn the autopilot off. And then keep it above that approach speed. We also get a little green dot speed here. So I guess easiest is just to aim for the green dot speed. Okay, I'm pulling my throttle out even more. You can pull your throttle to idle in this and it won't give you like, it won't yell at you for not having your gear down or anything. Okay, so we're underneath the flaps 35 speed right here. So I'm going to put down full flaps. There's only 2 notches of flaps to go down. 1 is 15, 2 is 35. And now we can see our approach speed, our reference speed, and then the green dot speed. The green dot are our 1-engine speed. So just make sure because of the little bit of a gust, I'm going to keep it a little bit above the approach speed. And we can also take a look at our winds here to get an idea. Like we're 25 knot crosswind almost. Like, you know, it's going to be like a 20 knot crosswind from the right now. If we look at index prog 2, we can see the actual crosswind. 23 knots and a 4 knot tailwind. Nice. I mean, this is like pretty much every career mode mission. So, you know, get used to it, I guess. So I'm adding a little power because our speed is below the green dot speed. It's pretty much at the approach speed. So I'm going to add a little bit of throttle. We're still on the glide path though. Still with autopilot. There's our minimum, so I'm gonna hit autopilot. Get that off. And we're just gonna play with this fun crosswind here. There's no synthetic vision to turn on in this, so it's pretty much like you have an airliner. You can just fly aiming at the flight director if you want to right here. Just keep it aimed at the purple. Adding some more, or the magenta. And I'm adding some more speed here. We're descending at about 1,000 feet per minute still. And use your trim just like you would in any other plane. Use your elevator trim.
Passing 10,000 feet.
And because of how the mountains are here, this is just a challenging approach in general. The gusts and how the turbulence and stuff is. Wow. Just like that. Super fun in Microsoft Flight Simulator. I think I'm going to raise my flaps to 15. This is just like too much. So if you have really gusty conditions like this and really a big crosswind, just do flaps 15 instead. That should stabilize me a little bit more. So there's not as much of the wing surface for the gust to push us around. Alright, I'm pulling out a lot of throttle now to get slowed back down. Because we raised the flaps to 15, it's going to reduce how much drag we have too, so we're going to speed up because of that. But I do not want to deal with the full flaps with the crosswind. And here we have the fun career mode turbulence. Oh, I'll hit enter, I guess. Uh-oh. I'm sinking. Oh, no!
Our passenger is worried about the
Oh my
turbulence.
god, I killed the plane. Yeah, I pulled way too much throttle out. Don't do as I did. Oh my god. I shouldn't have reached for enter either, that was dumb. Alright, let's pull the throttle out. Great first landing. Alright, we'll just hit max brakes. Oh my god. Well, thanks for saving that until I touched down. That was really nice of you. Curve Air. Okay, there we go, yeah. And actually, I don't think I'm gonna... Because I damaged the landing gear, it's not... What? Wait, what? What do you mean success? What the heck? Nice landing, thanks. All right, well, don't pull the throttle out as much as I did. Oh, you thought that was real? No, that was from that's from Curb Air. Mission fast. Ooh. Is it still gonna give me the money? Nice. All right, well, that's what I get for flying into Telluride with 20 knot crosswinds. Hopefully number 2 will be better than that. Yeah, the canyon on final, and I was too fast because I pulled the flaps out.
Are you not entertained?
All right, let's do another one, but let's earn more money and not go to Telluride this time. All right, a freelancer. I actually don't have the 737 myself, so I need to grind for it. You can choose any of the red dot VIP missions. Just make sure they say VIP, and then you can choose whatever time of day you want with the ones with the red dots. It's I don't know why they did it. It's kind of weird. Maybe they'll get rid of the red dot thing at some point. Just let every mission just choose your own time. Okay, let me choose one that's, again, not super long. So you can see when you get to freelancer mode, these are make a ton of money. This is the base is 1.2 million. The medium cargo missions are all usually less than $1 million. So you have like 500K, 700K, 500K. These VIP ones, 1.6 million, 1.1, 1.9. Oh no, I'm not going to tell you right again. Some of the charter service private ones do not have the red dots unless you happen to be choosing the time that the mission happens to be at. Like, you'll see the red dot just shows up. So I'm just going to make sure it's daytime and pick one that has a good amount of money. Flagstaff, 1.5 mil, 2.1 million on this one. To Flagstaff. All right, I'll choose this one. We'll be in 4x speed for a while on this. It auto-finished because the gears broke. I think they might have changed that because I did a mission and messed up the gear. I don't know when exactly. And I landed and then it didn't end the mission. Oh, is this new? See the offers? Oh, Flagstaff. Smart. That's pretty cool. KFLG. Why doesn't it show who makes it? All right, is this Duluth? See, it always says VFR, low IFR, even if it's not true. All right, let's try it this time without crashing and killing everybody on board. Is this OB functional? I haven't used it since career mode first came out. Oh yeah, this, I think you just wash the aircraft to get rid of that, right? I don't think this will appear when we load in. I got to fuel this thing up. I just usually just max out the fuel, especially with how long of a mission we're doing. What's dumb about this, if you bring it all the way around, it'll go past and then to 0. But if you use your mouse wheel, keep mouse wheeling up, it will stop at the maximum. Oh, fix the gear. Yeah, good call. Wait, no, that wasn't my plane. This one's my plane. The other one was, the other one's an employee plane. I didn't own the last plane. Oh, did they not fix the sell the fuel thing? Okay, this time we'll do cold and dark instead of skip to taxi. So, chalks, the windshield cover, tie downs, engine cover, and I guess we don't do the pitot tube cover, static port cover. I think they're all off. Yeah, those are all off. All right, let's hop inside. You subbed after the perfect landing. Thank you. All right, I'll hit enter and request boarding. And then this time we'll get it started up manually.
CCO 18 parking 11 for ground service. Ready to embark passengers.
Oh my god, I just wrecked the CJ4. Well, it said that we were going to have... It said it was going to be gusting up to like 11 or 13. It was really gusting like 25 full crosswind
Got an important
with
thing
all
from
the
Flagstaff
ridiculous
waiting for me.
gusts that happen in Flight Sim career mode
Appreciate
still.
it.
So it's pretty much on very hard mode. So instead of doing Control E, we're just going to do it manually. So we can just hit Shift 2 to get down here to this section. And we're going to do this like, the gens are already on, so we don't have to worry about those. All we have to do is turn the battery to the on position. Avionics down to the dispatch position. We do that before we start the engines. And then after we start them, we'll move it up to the on position. And then we can do emergency lights armed. And then all you have to do to start the engines is go down here. You can do them both at the same time in the sim. I don't know how realistic it is, but open both the guards, run both the engines, and then down here, hit the starters on both the engines. That's it. And then you can close the guards. And both the engines will just start up. Should probably do one at a time, but whatever. If it lets me do both, I'm going to do both. All right, now I'm going to hit enter while they're starting up. Request IFR clearance.
Duluth ground couch Charlie Charlie Oscar 18 IFR to
And let's get the
ready,
lights
copy.
on, beacon and nav.
Couch Charlie Charlie Oscar
Now we'll do this
18
faster than last time. So initialize position. We go to position init. Just pick the current position. Go to flight plan. We'll open up our flight plan and the route. Duluth to Flagstaff. So we see that here, Duluth, Flagstaff. And I usually don't actually use this, the active flight plan section. I usually just go to legs. The reason you would use the flight plan section is if you're manually programming this and putting in airways. The only way to do that is going here and typing like via the Jet 39 airway exiting at this waypoint. But in our case with career mode, everything's always a direct to, so they're just all direct. So I'm going to go back to legs.
Charlie Charlie Oscar 18, did you copy?
Let's go ahead and acknowledge.
Cleared to Flagstaff as filed runway 9er maintain FL 440.
Oh, couldn't do it. Can't start both at the same time without popping a breaker in real life. Hey, it lets us do it, so I'm going to do it. Since both the engines are already started here, you can go over here, turn the avionics on. If you want the standby instrument, you can turn this on.
Good day.
And then we'll wait a second to get our pitot heat on.
Just wanted to drop by and say hello before you leave for Flagstaff today with Madam Blue on board.
Madam
She's one of
Blue.
our best clients leaving for vacation with relatives. Well, it's about time. Provide her with the finest service. I know
Sure.
I can count on you. Have a nice trip.
All right. We're not ready for taxi just yet. The alignment's still happening. Okay, it's done. We're just going to look at our flight plan. I'll do it with the map this time instead of the EFB. So I'll zoom out a little bit. Down here, we can click on MFD Advance. So that'll let us advance to the next waypoint. So we'll just hit next. Or not. Interesting. Oh, because this isn't plan mode. That's right. Right. We need to go to mem 2. There we go. Okay, now we're on plan mode. And let me zoom in again. And then we can hit next a bunch of times. So we can see at Avuvu. God, that's so easy to say. From here to the next waypoint is broken, and it looks like it's got us on some kind of an approach. We'll see. We'll go to departure arrival, arrival index, arrival. Okay, it has us on vectors. Okay. So if I go here and choose these, we can see which one might be best for us. So INW is right down here. Let me go to MFD advance, next, and zoom in. Okay, so INW puts us down here, and then up this way, and then a left turn to land on 2-1. We're just basically previewing them now. So I'll go back to arrivals. And then, that's weird. Got rid of it. Let's go back to arrivals, and I'll choose a different one. So it's got us on an ILS 2-1. So FLG looks like it probably flies over the field and outbound and reverses. INW is over here. We just saw that. And then Fimmel. Oh, looks like we could do this one and just go Zamab to Fimmel. Let's see if there's another one on page 2. There is. Or this Calgu one. We're kind of coming from this direction. So this is how you can preview them on the map instead of using the EFB. I don't mind this one, actually. We're like right up here, so we'd go this way and make a couple turns. I think the Fimmel one is probably the easiest, though. It looks like it just goes like straight in. So I'll change it to that and hit execute. And then we'll go to legs and get rid of the discontinuity that'll be there. So I'll move Fimmel up to the discontinuity. And then execute. And then I want to zoom in. It looks like we might need to get rid of Zamab. Yeah, we don't need to go back out to Zamab after final. So, oh yeah, it's got Fimmel right there. So I'm just going to move this second Fimmel up on top of the first Fimmel. So we'll just go to Fimmel. So I'll just hit execute. So now they're just all connected. All right, MFT advance, next. Yeah, that works. Fimmel and then runway 21. Okay, we'll take a look at it again in cruise. So I'm going to go back to MEM 1. And then on display menu, we still have the VNAV stuff shown, or it will be shown. All right. Oh, you hit departure arrival twice to get to the index. Oh, that's nice. Oh, I didn't know you could do that. Beautiful. That's a great shortcut. Thanks. So instead of clicking this every time, you just double tap it. Sweet. That's going to save me like, I mean, in a long enough time period, it'll be hours. All right, let's go ahead and check. I didn't look at our IFR clearance, so I'm going to go look at that. They said cleared as filed, maintain flight level 440. So we're going to go all the way up to 44,000. I'm going to use a shortcut to bring it all the way up. I just have a shortcut for increase, decrease altitude bug, and I just hold it on my keyboard. Okay, so that's set. We're going to do heading, flight level change, 240 knots as always. And then we'll sync the heading bug once we get on the runway. So heading, flight level change, 240. I hit comma, and we have 2966 for the altimeter setting. And they said squawk 2167. It should have done that automatically for us. If it didn't, or if you're, we can actually see that down here, ATC1, 2167. That's the right squawk. If it didn't, you can go down to the tuning page, type in your squawk code, and then click right here, and that will put your squawk code into the ATC field. I didn't do this last time, but this is also where you can put on your TA-RA mode. For traffic advisories, probably want to turn that on before takeoff. All right, I think we're good now, so let's do our request taxi. Actually, no, sorry, we have to do the takeoff performance again. Not going to wait for the runway this time, so we'll go to performance. We'll go to performance init. And I'm just going to put in the 0 fuel weight like I did last time. So we're going to go to airplane, flight performance, mass and balance, the little info button, and find the ZFW 10459 and paste that into 0 fuel weight. Execute. And it senses our fuel. Now I'll go to takeoff. Let's find the airport information. Actually, if we want, we have an ATIS this time. So if you don't want to go and look at the METAR and do the translation of the winds from true to magnetic and all that, you can go up to the comm menu and see if you have ATIS at the airport you're flying from, so we can just listen to that. I actually need to turn on the sound for that because I usually use Beyond ATC. Okay, it's on.
Duluth Airport.
So we'll listen and just type in what they say.
200 Zulu. Wind 090 at 9er. Visibility 10. Sky condition. Ceiling 13,100 foot overcast. Temperature 4. Dew point 8. Altimeter 2966. 01. ILS runway 9er in use. Landing and departing runway 9er. VFR aircraft say direction of flight. All aircraft read back hold short instructions.
Okay, now we can go back to ground when we're done. And they said runway 9er, so we are using the correct runway. So I entered what they said. They said winds 091 at 9er, so I typed it in as they said it. If you hear it on ATIS, it is a magnetic wind direction. If you read it on a METAR, it is true heading, not magnetic heading. So you have to translate it. So unless the avionics user asking for true winds, I don't even know if any do that, but yeah, you put in the magnetic winds. So ATIS, you just enter whatever they say. All right, now we can hit taxi clearance. I'm going to go to page 2 here and send these. We'll do a flap 0 takeoff this time. So a faster rotation speed. I'll send those over. Okay, it's all done. All right, we got our taxi instructions. Put the safety lights on, and we'll get our taxi light on. Acknowledge the taxi instruction. We're going to go flap 0.
Niner via taxiway Bravo cross runway tree Bravo Delta.
And we didn't set our trims last time, but if you want a little more nose up trim, you can. I left it neutral last time, which is at the very tip of the green right here. But you can see the acceptable takeoff range for the elevators here. So if you want to bring it more towards nose up, you can hold your elevator trim up. Bring that into the middle or wherever you prefer. All right, let's go ahead and get the parking brake off right down here. And we got the autopilot set up mostly. We just need to sync the heading bug once we get over to the runway. And then we'll turn on nav mode just like last time before we take off. How do you translate it? I did it earlier, but it's actually really easy to do because of the info in the EFB now. So if I go to our departure here at Duluth, hit the info and go to weather, we have the METAR. The METAR winds are going to be in true. So actually, if I just stop real quick, we'll just do it real quick. So if we look at what they gave us, see if this matches up. Performance, takeoff. They gave us 0. Oh, they gave us 091 at Niner. If we go here to runways, the easiest way is they now show the true. Yep, they did it exactly right. See. So if you go to runways and you expand any runway, doesn't matter which one, all you're looking for is the difference between true and magnetic heading. So this is a really fast way to get the difference. Remember, it matters where you are in the world. So before, remember when we did California to Telluride, it was like, what was it? Plus, or was it plus 12? Minus 12 or something? Here it's plus 1. So 92 to 93, we're just adding 1. So in this case, all we do is add 1, which is exactly what the ATIS did, which is why it gave us not 090 at 9, it gave us 091 at 9. But yeah, just go to the runway info and you can see true versus magnetic for any runway, and that's how you know the variation. If you are using charts, a lot of charts, especially the airport chart, will have the magnetic variation shown on it. So if I go to Duluth Airport diagram here, this is the FAA one. Ooh, this one says 09 west. Interesting. So east is least, which is what? East you subtract, west you add. Oh no, that is it. Sorry, 0.9. I'm so dumb. Right. So it's so rounded up to 1 degree. So anyway, this is accurate, right? So if you look at these, I can't rotate it unfortunately, but this is showing the variation. So 0.9 is 1 west. I don't know why I was reading that as 9 west. 1 west. When you do it yourself this way, east is least. So east you subtract, west you add. So in this case, west, we're adding 0.9 to, or 1. So we added 1. So it all checks out. All right, we'll welcome the passengers. Keep taxiing.
Good afternoon, everyone.
What's up, Ryan? I'm just doing random career mode missions here and embarrassing myself by having absolutely horrible landings in the CJ4. So tune in for the next one. Here we go. But I'm just doing career mode missions, grinding a little money out for the 737. The CJ4 has a ton of missions now since Sim Update 1 came out. So if you stopped career mode because you didn't want to grind all the medium cargo or you wanted to do business jet stuff, you can do CJ4. There's tons of VIP missions for it now. You can't get the CJ4 to show up? Wait, you bought the CJ4 for your VIP company? Or for your charter company? Data link under index. Oh wait, does that work? That's cool. I didn't know that worked. Index data link. Weather. Request. Usually the downside in using this is though it's not giving you an ATIS, right? It's giving you the METAR, right? So it's not translating the wind direction for you, I don't think, or at least in the at least in the 350 it wasn't doing that. So we can do 124.1, or do I just type in KDLH? View, KDLH, METAR not available. Oh, it just pulls in the METAR, so it's not D8is then, right? To wait longer. Oh, there it is. Yeah, it does say METAR. Okay, so it pulls in the METAR, not a D-Link ATIS. Because isn't D-Link ATIS supposed to actually give you the ATIS, like with magnetic winds instead of true winds? Yeah, 09 or 0, so it's in true. That's cool. Yeah, I use the tablet a lot, honestly. I bring this thing up all the time. I haven't even been using Navigraph lately. The tablet is enough for me. All right, ground speed of your taxiing is down here in magenta. If you want to make sure you don't hit your... What is the speed limit, 30 or 25 in career mode? It might be 30. Can you modify your mission flight plan in SimBrief? Yeah, if you're using SimBrief, you can edit it and scroll down to the route section and put in whatever route you want. It just has it pre-filled. Oh, it's 20? Damn. What about an airliner? Airliners can taxi at like 30 knots, can't they? Remember that Ryanair, that Filber Flies Ryanair pilot one? I think he said that they'll go up to 30 knots on a straightaway. Maybe that's a fast taxi. As long as the departure and arrival are the same, you'll win the mission. Wait, are you talking about... You asked about SimBrief. Are you using SimBrief for your career mode flight plan? The way the flight plan works, I mean, you can use SimBrief if you want, but the mission steps and the in-game ATC is going to be going off whatever is in here. So if you want to do it through SimBrief, you can, but then you'll want... You can either just cancel IFR right away, or you can go synchronize it and put it into this, into the actual flight planner in the EFB. If you make any changes here, hit the File Plan with ATC button, and that will send it to the ATC and the system up here. So I could actually go in here and just remove all these waypoints. I think hopefully this still works. I could just remove all of these waypoints here and hit File Flight Plan with ATC. And now we'll see what it does. It might not care. It might just tell me fly directly to the airport. And then you don't have to, I might not have to cancel IFR at all. Yeah, I like using the EFB just because it's consistent from every plane to every other plane. So it doesn't matter what avionics you have, right? Your trusty little iPad here, it's going to work the same in every plane. Yeah, what Derpy is saying is he uses the... If you use the SimBrief EFB app, I have mine off because it was crashing me, but if you use the SimBrief EFB app, once you view your flight plan or your SimBrief flight plan there, there's an import button at the top. If you hit the import button, it will first... It'll try to put it in your plain avionics. It won't always work. Maybe that'll fail. Maybe it won't. It'll also synchronize this route to your SimBrief flight plan. And then you can hit File with ATC if you want it to be exactly the same. I didn't get dinged for speeding. We're going 24 knots. All right, we're doing a flap 0 takeoff. We got our pitch trim set. And we're just going to stop at the hold short here. We'll get our lights set, and then we'll take off. We got our V speeds already. 0 flaps. Our rotation speed's 118. So it seems to be around 100 with flaps 15. Maybe 115, 120 with flap 0. It matters your weight and everything, but... All right, let's hit return, request takeoff clearance. And then we'll get our strobe and nav switched when they say we can go. Let's hit it again, I guess. It's not working. Let's go up to our comm menu and try it. Request takeoff. There we go.
Tower couch Charlie Charlie Oscar 18 at runway 9er ready for departure IFR to Flagstaff.
Couch Charlie Charlie Oscar 18, altimeter 29er, 66, cleared for takeoff runway 9er.
29er 66, clear for takeoff runway 9er. Hit enter. We'll get landing light, strobe light, taxi lights off automatically. Belts are on. Just pull onto the runway. We're going to line up and then sync our heading bug straight ahead, and then we're going to hit the nav button, which will either make it so we can, once we turn on course, nav mode will activate, or if we have a departure procedure, it'll automatically use that. Oh, enter is not working. Let's try it here. Oh, come on. All right, whatever. Enter didn't work. Oh, yeah, the pido's off. Yep. So when we have any warnings, they'll appear over here. So K200 is pointing out pido's off. It says it right over here. Pido static cold. Standby. Static air temperature is 4. So we'll go down here with shift 2, and we can get our pido 1 and 2 on right there. All right, now I'm going to sync my heading bug straight ahead. Heading mode is on. I'm just going to turn on nav mode while we're on the ground. This is useful if you have a SID, because once you take off, when you arm autopilot, I'll start flying the SID for you. Unless ATC told you to fly runway heading, but, you know, we're doing it ourselves here. So, all right, full throttle. And we see the takeoff enunciation right here, TO, TO. And we're just waiting for about 118 knots. Actually have a headwind on the departure, not like a 20-knot crosswind like last time. There's V1. There's V1. Rotate.
Rotate.
Okay, a little pitch trim. Gear up. Just following the flight director. Okay, I'm watching the green number down here until we get to 1,000 feet up. Then I'll just turn the autopilot on. Yeah, see, I took out all the waypoints. Now it just says fly to Flagstaff. All right, we're at 1,000 feet, so I'm hitting autopilot on. And now we'll pull the throttle back until we get climb, climb. There's climb, climb. And we're 1,000 feet up. I'm just going to turn myself on a course. So I'm going to grab the heading bug, turn it all the way around. Or should I go on left? All the way around towards the broken side of the line here. Near the arrowhead and the broken side of the line. And we did flap 0 takeoff, so flaps are already up. And then, yeah, let's try the cancel IFR. We can go to approach. I don't think it even cares. It just says fly to Flagstaff. I think I can just leave it alone now. We'll just close it. And we'll turn off the assistances there. So it's like we're doing free flight now. Does yaw damper not come on automatically in this guy? Wait, does this plane have a yaw damper? No, it doesn't. It has a yaw damper button, but yaw damper... There's no yaw damper enunciation on it. Alright, so we're flying towards our magenta course over here. We're turning around still. Towards the magenta. Oh, it's always on. Got it. It's weird there is a yaw damper. Can you turn it off then? Does it auto disengage itself on final? Like 400 AGL or something? It's weird you don't even know if it's on. You just assume it's on.
Passing 10,000 feet.
Alright, so we got nav mode active now. Sync the heading bug. She said 10,000 feet. We can go get our landing light on. And we get our belts off. And we're just in the climb detent. Coming up into some clouds here, so let's get the engine anti-ice on because it's cold out. You can see our static air temp, -11 already. If that gets below -40, we don't have to worry about it, but at least in a like the Boeing, you don't. I assume it's kind of the same for this. physics is physics, I guess. I don't know. Maybe? Question mark? I don't know. Not a real pilot, as you could tell by my last landing. And because I took all the waypoints out here, it's just a straight line. And this is a really long flight, so to not bore everyone, I'm going to 2x speed already. You can turn yaw damper off, must be before landing. The switch on the yoke does both. Oh, okay. Got it. You were once flying the CJ4 but forgot to turn on the yaw damper. It started to Dutch roll at 24,000 feet. Oh my god. Ice is ice. Alright, we're coming up to 18,000 soon, so we'll switch to standard baro. If you want to sync it over here, you can. Push this one for standard. Hey, the push doesn't work on this. So we'll turn it to 2992. Ooh, that was lucky. Alright, 2992. And this is a really long flight, so I'm going to go to 4x already and see how it goes. I don't want to bore you guys with a 3-hour flight or anything. It actually says 4 hours and 15 minutes right now, but I mean, we're still climbing. But I definitely do not want to sit in cruise for 4 hours. But if you do, you can go AFK, watch Lord of the Rings Extended Edition, almost all of the first one maybe, and then, you know, come back and land the plane or crash it into Telluride like I did. All right, we'll get some in-flight entertainment on. All right, I go over this. I feel like a lot of the times when we fly planes, I go over this, so I'll go over it in this one. How to set wing views. If you want wing views outside, like this style, these kind of things outside of the plane, it matters the plane. I think some planes I've flown will let you just move out with like Shift WASD or your first person mode controls on keyboard. Some planes I've seen will let you go out, but if you want an outside view instead of the inside one and you can't get out of the plane, the way to do it is to move all the way over to the right side over here and then go up to the camera and change your position under the pilot section here, cockpit, and then pilot, and click on co-pilot. And that'll warp you outside the plane. Once you're here, you want to set a camera. So I'm going to hit, in Flight Sim 24, I'm going to set camera 1 with a Shift F5. And if you try to use Shift WASD now, you can't move. All you can do is go back in the plane like this, and then you're kind of stuck. So you can like reset your view or whatever, but you're now back in. So since we saved the camera, now we'll just use it. Oh, whoops, I just overrode it by accident. Let me do that again. I'll use camera 2. So I'm going to go pilot, co-pilot. Let me try again. Close, co-pilot. There we go. So I'll do Shift F6 for camera 2 this time. So all you need to do is now use that camera. So I hit Shift F6 for camera 2. I'll hit Shift F2 to use camera 2. Once you use the camera preset and go back out, then you can fly around as if you're in the plane. So now you can just go wherever you want to go. If you get stuck, like say you're moving over here, and it just stops moving for some reason, sometimes that happens with certain planes, you'll just want to set the camera and use it again. So if I got stuck right here and it like wouldn't let me go any further, I'd hit Shift F6 and then Shift F2 to use it again, like that a couple times, and then it would let me continue moving. But yeah, you can just come, you can just bring the camera wherever you want it, like this, wing views, on top of the plane views, like whatever you want, and set this as your custom camera view. So I want to set this, I'll just hit Shift F6 again, and then yeah, when I'm in the plane, I can go between the ones that I've set. Shift F1, F2, F3. I changed Shift F4 to the computer down here, but you can do that with pretty much any plane. So if you end up flying the 737, you can do that to get even cabin views where you can see your passengers if you're using the ATC to load them, the built-in ATC. Now let me start, I didn't start my flight here on Volanta. Let me do that. Oh, we got quite a crosswind. We're in 4x speed, so it's fine. And we're almost up to our cruise altitude, so I'm going to get ready with cruise thrust. Climate 140 would be, I don't even know how high the plane would pitch to get to be 140 knots. I'm guessing if you tried to climb this thing at 140 knots, you would be stalling it. Yeah, 240 is the climb speed though. I can't imagine how high you're pitched up and how close to like critical angle attack you are. 140 knots, I don't know. I've just always done what the working title team said in their manual and climb at 240 knots. I mean, just because you get higher faster doesn't necessarily mean it's like efficient. I mean, at 240 knots, your ground speed is much faster. But yeah, I just do what the working title team recommended in their manual for the plane, which is just climb at 240. And it's probably based off real world. Are you looking at VT? Yeah, I don't think you could climb at 140. I feel like you'd be stalling. You could try it and report back. All right, so since we're up above 40,000, oh yeah, it says anti-ice is on. Static air temp is below -40, so we'll get that off. We're not going through any clouds anyway. And then it's telling us cabin altitude. This is just a bug. You can just stay at the altitude. The last time I tried this, it did not fail my missions, so we should be okay. And I just pulled this back into cruise, and I'll just bring it up to like, I don't know, 98% or something like that, as high as I can get away with while it still says cruise. There's cruise, and just try to match them, 96.7. And then just watch our airspeed, make sure that we don't overspeed. All right, there we go. 2 hours and 23 minutes. But we're in 4X, so that's going to turn into like 40 minutes or something like that. Overspeed tipping point. It just matters your altitude. All right, we're cruising at 4X speed. I don't know if 8X speed will be doable. I might give it a shot here in a second, but let's go ahead and zoom our map out using the range knob up here. And let's see. Let's just talk about some preferences. There are a few preferences you can set in the plane. So if you go to index, this is basically your main menu, and then go to page 2, there's settings here. So if you're on the ground, this actually has a GPU. So if it's available when you're on the ground, you can turn on GPU here. Then you have cabin lights if you want to turn those on or off. Earlier, I think we looked at on the display menu side, you can choose, this is where you choose which side. So if you want to make this side look different, you can do the right display menu. You can switch to right over here, turn the window on. I'll turn this off. You can do whatever you want over here. Say you want to turn on airports over here. You could do that if you want to use both screens, and then change the zoom up here. So maybe you want this to be in, you know, plan view. I'm going to use Mem2 for plan view down here. Maybe you want airports on, you know, it's up to you. And then it's got some like system information here. So pressurization info, battery and electrical system stuff, hydraulic pressure, fuel temperature. And then this goes for both sides, but there's also other menus for these screens. So on the top screen here, there's a bunch of menus. So you have PFD menu right here, which has a bunch of config. You can use these knobs, the inner and outer knob here where it says menu advance and data. So you start with the outer knob and you can choose which thing you want to change. Actually, do we have synthetic vision in this under overlays? Anyway, when you get to the one you want, you can right click the center part. Yeah, we don't. Okay. We have terrain, weather, and then traffic. So you can turn that on here. Or you can just hit up here. There's a shortcut for it, terrain and weather. So as you hit it, you'll see the right side here say terrain, weather. Hit it again, weather. And it affects both screens. But there's a bunch of options to explore in here. If you manually set your ref speeds, that's in here. There's a baro set option if you want to change. Oh, that's standard. Okay. Where's the format? It's probably under config. Yeah, there it is. Config, so you can change from inches of mercury to hectopascals. If you don't like the cross for the flight directors, you can change that to the V bar right here, like you'd see on a Garmin. Just a bunch of different things here. Metric altitude you can turn on if you're flying in China. Flight level alert. Oh, that's cool. Is that off by default? I'm guessing that has to do with our altimeter setting, and it will probably tell us, I would guess, when we're using standard, when we should or should not be. So when we hit the flight levels, it'll flash at us maybe. I don't know. We'll see what happens on the descent. The refs menu here is a quick way to get to your minimums and to get to your V speeds if you want to set them manually. But we've been doing that through the FMS over here. And then the format button will change the format of the map here. So you can go, 360 HSI, the 120 degree HSI, or the map kind of nav view, which you kind of get with an airliner. So that's right there. And then you can change this one too. You can either use the mem buttons if it happens to have the config you want, but if you want to do it yourself, over on this one, we use these buttons and dials down here. So you can hit upper menu to change the upper section where the window is, and lower menu to change things about the map. So you can see on lower menu, we can turn it to plan or traffic. So that's how you get into these menus. So say you want plan here and map here, maybe. It's all personal preference. But I usually leave it on the default, like position over here, and then say this one on like the HSI. And then it looks like NextRad's an option here too. So if you hit lower menu, I think we could probably hit weather right here. Probably the same thing. Oh no, it's different than NextRad. That's weather radar. Okay. Yeah, we could turn NextRad on here too. Cool. Overlays. This is the same as hitting terrain. Terrain, weather, and traffic down here. It's just these are shortcut buttons for that. And then you just hit lower menu again a couple times to get it off. All right, how we looking? Top of descent, 750 miles. I guess I'll try 8X and see how it goes. So we will see how it does. It can get a little wobbly, mattering how crappy your winds are. So you definitely want to keep an eye on it if you're doing this. We can go down here again to index, prog, page 2, and see our winds. 50 knot crosswind from the right, 28 knot headwind. How do I like the CJ4? CJ4 was like my first fast plane really before I got into flying airliners, which wasn't that long ago. The CJ4 is fun. I mean, if you can fly this, I feel like you can handle an airliner. You can handle the longitude for sure. Longitude has auto throttle, a bunch of really nice features, reversers, and all sorts of stuff. The longitude's really nice. It has a Garmin in it though, but if you're going to fly an airliner, you want to fly an airliner, the CJ4 is a good gateway to airliners, I think. Just because the Proline avionics feel more like the FMS or the MCDU you'll get in an airliner. Just to get used to having it disconnected, like the flight computer down here. And then your displays are very similar to airliner displays, so I think it's a good way to transition to airliners. These things are not easy to land though. I mean, like, this thing is a rocket ship, and it's, yeah, I mean, with winds, it's, yeah, I feel like I always land fast and hard in this thing, so clearly after the first attempt at a landing, I'm not very good at landing this thing, but all right, here comes the porpoising. I'm going to go back to 4X. What's up, Dorian? Hopefully I can redeem myself after that embarrassing crash. As soon as I pulled out the throttle, I was like, okay, well, It like wasn't going down. So I had to pull it basically to idle. And then once I pulled it to idle, it's like instantly I was going like 2,000 feet per minute down. I'm like, all right, this is over. Full throttle's not helping either. GG. It's over. 737 past double speed. I don't know that I've tried it. Where's Bird? I don't know. I don't keep tabs on Bird. Oh, does that work in this one, Derpy? I remember doing that trick for the Grand Caravan. You do 8x vertical speed. Yeah, we used to do that for the Grand Caravan. Vertical speed 0 feet per minute. And then 8x. Let me try it. VS 0, 8x speed. You miss him? Well, why don't you DM him? Tell him you miss him. Send him a little nice little emoji. Yeah, you can try what we're doing right now, Joe. Like, this has worked in other planes. You could try doing that. All right. Yeah, it's just funny this works in this plane, too. I remember doing the vertical speed 0 thing in the Grand Caravan to do 8x back when I was grinding career mode. Yeah, it's doing pretty good. Oh, Bird is on the Twitch chat. Someone was asking where you were. Yeah, Bird's there. He said, hi, what? You called? He's on the Twitch chat. All right, I'm just going to go to 4x for this turn here. All right, I'm going to vertical speed it back up to 44,000. This is one of those planes that has bad performance, just like the INI builds. I can't get out of train level of detail 100. I'm only at 52 FPS right now, 109 train level of detail. I mean, I am in 8X or 4X right now, which can mess with it, but this plane is one of the ones I was having a lot of VRAM bugs with before I changed to an AMD video card. Oh, allegedly I get my 9950X 3D tomorrow, so that'll be fun. I already updated my BIOS. I'm ready to go with that thing. Auto FPS app shows your sim rate now. Where? Mine doesn't. Maybe it didn't update. Where does it show the sim rate? Yeah, I don't see it. Oh, why does it say my clouds are on ultra? Did it change my clouds to ultra? Yeah, my clouds are back on ultra, I guess. Thank you for the crab. Lith, appreciate that. So I was catching up on chat. Yeah, when you sent the crab, I was inside. That's the risk you take. I'm sorry, man. You had a lot of performance problems with the 4070 Super. Oh, it got better with your graphics drivers? Nice. Yeah, my 4080 Founders Edition was basically ruining my streams with the VRAM bugs, so I couldn't deal with it anymore. I switched to a 7900 XTX, and the extra VRAM has pretty much solved it, so. Plus, NVIDIA's been kind of crapping lately in a bad way. They've been, it's been pretty gross on the NVIDIA world. With all the lack of stock, the scalping from everybody. No MSRP doesn't mean anything anymore. Like, all the catering to AI people, and they don't care about gamers anymore. And the price per performance has gotten way worse. Like, it's just pretty crappy in NVIDIA world. Oh. It's so cute. Thank you for the bork, Kerbear. That's a bork. You can exclamation bork if you want to win a TTS coin. You wish NVIDIA would include more VRAM in the lower models. Yeah, it's kind of weird that the only one with more than 16 is the 5090 again. That's pretty crappy. All right, we are 480 miles away from top of descent. We're just chilling. Yeah, that dog is super cute. I agree.
The winner of Bork Raffle 222 is Garamax 50.
We're way too low. Oh my god, the iOS is alive. I think we're actually doing an ILS on this. Lith, thanks for the bits. Kerbear, thanks for the bits. Flagstaff. Oh no, we got Arnav 3 at Oats. We can go here, check the runways. Oh my god, good. Only I might actually land this time. 18 knot headwind. I guess I'll go ahead and just put in the info now. Why not? So let's hop back to this. We'll see if it changes by the time we get there. We'll go to performance, approach, and put in some info here. And we could just try to get the we get the ATIS if we want. Maybe I'll just tune that in. Go to tuning, COM 2. We'll just throw in 125.8, 1258. Don't even need the decimal, I don't think, and just click up here. Puts it in on COM 2. And then our radio controls are over here. So if you want to monitor COM 2, just turn this baby on. Oh, there we go. Oh, is that on? Oh, it's already on. Okay, so I'll just leave that on. This should be transmit, right? Yeah, that's transmit. This is listen. So I'll just tune it in advance. ILS. Yeah, there's no ILS approach at Telluride, unfortunately. And just for practice, let's just put this in anyway. Oh, gusting 24. So 210, so we'll look at the runway. True to magnetic. 221 to 211 is just minus 10. So we'll just subtract 10, so it'll be 200 instead of 2100. Or instead of 210. So 200 at 18, gusting 24. So I'm just going to put in 24. So worst case, 23 knot headwind and 4 knot crosswind. We could do half the gust factor if we want, so that would be between 18 and 24 is 6, divided by 2 is 3, 18 plus 3, 21. So we could do 200 at 21. Actually curious if that changes these. Let's see how much that changes the speeds. I don't know if it will. 3013 for the altimeter. I'll put that in here. 10 for the temperature, and then we'll put 3013 up here in the pre-selector while we're at it. In white right here, 3013. All right, so if we did 200 at 24, that's giving us 96,102. And if we do 200 at 21, it's the same. So anyway, we'll send that over. Do we want to do the factor? I've actually never used this. So this is this just the margin of error basically? Like if we want to add a little margin to it to see if we have enough, was that landing field length and then our required landing distance is 62, but we can add a factor if we want. margin of error, I guess. We're going to land long. All right, well, that's sent over. I don't think I've ever used that. All right, how are we looking on our VNav here? 380 miles an hour, so that'll be 15 minutes in 4x speed. I'm just doing it at 4x so we can not have to worry about the vertical speed 0 thing and losing our altitude. Say no to fake frames, yeah, I agree. Gamers, don't let gamer friends rely on fake frames for quote-unquote high FPS. Fake frames are a lie. What's more of a lie? Fake frames or the ILS? Fake frames. The ILS wasn't a lie. It was just that the autopilot stopped following the glide slope for some reason. The ILS was fine, actually, on that video. What's up, Sawyer? It's got that weird, like, flickering effect around the back of it. Something is weird with this plane. They gotta fix this. This looks so gross, dude. Is that realistic? I mean, it looks like literally a line drawn from it. It's like somebody used the Sharpie marker tool in Microsoft Paint. Double engine oil leak. And this is every flight with the CJ4 looks like this. All right, 300 miles till top of descent. We are almost in the red here. I'm going to pull it back just a little bit. All right, and then for runways, it still says runway 21 is recommended. In our flight plan, we had 21 selected, but then it shows RNAV 3. So let's change to ILS 21. And I chose FIML. FIML. And if you go to the clipboard, anytime you modify this flight plan, any Lido charts that are available for anything you pick here, so like airport diagram, facility diagram, the ground diagram, departure and arrival procedures, approach procedures, whatever you choose here with these buttons, choosing the airports, runway, all that, approach procedure, it will try to automatically pin any Lido charts to the clipboard right here, so you don't have to go hunting for them. So in this case, Flagstaff does have Lido charts. So in this case, we got the Lido chart for ILS 21. Now let's go make sure we chose the ILS down here. So we're going to go to departure arrival, ILS 21 final, so we're good there. I will go down and put in the Cat 1 DME minimum 7260. We'll do that over here on the refs menu. Refs, use this knob right here, the outer part, to scroll down to Barrow. Right click to choose Barrow, and then spin the center part, the smaller part, to set the minimums. 7260. All right, so 7260 is set. We'll just hit refs again to close that. And then if we want, we can, it should tune this automatically when we get closer, but if we go to tune, you can see nav 1 and nav 2 are set to auto. If you want to tune them manually, you can do that. So we can go up, find the ILS frequency, 1105, type in 1105 and put it in nav 1. Hey, that's 1115, 1105. What the heck? Oh, it's doing 1105. So I guess I need to type 110.5, or I could type 105 for 110.5. All right, interesting. And then you can see here on the chart, it does not say D next to IFLG. So that means there's no DME information coming from the localizer. If we scroll to the bottom, down here, you can see it's using FLG as the source for our DME to identify these waypoints. FLG is not the localizer. The localizer is IFLG. So FLG is just Flagstaff VOR, which is right here. So if we want that DME info, we need to put 113.85 into nav 2. And then we can monitor that when we get closer for our DME info. All right, let's get our final approach course, says 214. And so once we get closer, we could use the course knobs up here to make sure we choose it. We'd have to switch over to the nav source up here, change that to our radios to set that. So I'm just going to leave it for now. We'll verify that when we get closer, though. I feel like I forgot this last time. How do I monitor? How do I set the bearing pointer? Is it under the refs menu? PFD menu, bearing source? No. Is there not a single button to set the bearing? Not actually sure. Let me go to PFD menu and... yeah, it says bearing source here, but... oh yeah, that is it. Okay. It is bearing source. Okay. So yeah, PFD menu, bearing source, and then we'll just move that down to radio 2 here, and then use the middle for VOR2. Alright, so that one's on. That's you gotta dive for that. I guess you don't do it very often, so I guess it's fine. Oh, what's up, Shadow? Did I have a chance to try the second monitor? I tried it briefly. It flickers. Both the side monitors flicker when I do it through the advanced display, whatever settings, and the flight sim itself. I don't know if people use a third-party thing for it, but I tried using the one built into flight sim, and yeah, both the side monitors flickered, and the front one was fine. So I don't know. It's not really a big deal. I'm so used to playing it. I think if like the Mountain wanted to fly, she wanted to practice or something, I would put in some more effort to get it set up for her. Because she would love to use VR, but hates how the headsets fit and weigh. And I'm the same way. I don't really like... VR is just such a pain. But having the 3 monitors would be nice. Alright, 165 miles. We're in 4x speed still. So if we just look... we'll just pick the bottom altitude here for the approach. So we're going all the way down to 10,200. Yeah, after this we go to 10.2. So I'll just set our altitude here to 10,200. Just like we do in the Garmin's, we just change the altitude, hit the VNAV button. Acceleration on these is kind of annoying. All right, 10,200 VNAV. So we have path there and our bottom altitude set. We're not using ATC, so we'll just descend when we're ready. And we'll just descend right at top of descent all the way down. And we can look at our flight plan to verify all of the VNAV altitudes. So we can go to legs. There's 10,200 right there. That's all we got, actually, because I just kind of messed with it and just gave us a straight in, essentially, by deleting some waypoints. So we'll go down to 10,200 and we'll be on final for runway 21. We'll switch over to use the ILS approach. And we check Flagstaff weather again. 10 miles, clear. So we just have strong headwinds, tiny bit of a crosswind. If we want to refresh this, unfortunately, the only way you can't, there's no refresh button. You have to look up the weather at another airport. So if I go to my route and look up the Duluth weather again, that will refresh Duluth. Now when I go back to Flagstaff weather, it'll refresh Flagstaff. So it says 17th day of the month. So that was technically yesterday in Zulu time, 1857 Zulu. So if we look at our time, 1857. So it was only 23 minutes ago or something. It updated. So we're not expecting another update for another, 30, 35 minutes. All right, still in 4X, top of descent in 20 minutes, so that means 5 minutes in real time. Oh, you had it working in 2020, Rich? Did you try... Wait, in 2020, did they let you do it within the sim itself? Or did you have to do some third-party thing? I forgot if they had that, like, multi-monitor thing in 2020 at all. Because you can go to, like, settings, advanced, and then hit multi-window and add as many monitors or windows as you want, and then set the offsets or whatever. Oh, they did have it and it worked. Yeah, I don't know why mine were flickering, but yeah, I spent some more time setting it up and try to figure out that bug. Maybe it was like a VSync thing. Because I have like 2 really cheap side monitors. Like literally like $100 monitors. Like the cheapest I could find without the worst reviews on Amazon. Like one of them's an Acer and the other one's like some off-brand. Super ultra wide. Yeah, I used to do an ultra wide and play in windowed mode for the stream. Ultra wide's pretty nice. I wish like when we can get like a 4K equivalent, like high density ultra wide OLED, I might switch to that. Actually, I don't know because I don't know. I probably won't stream an ultra wide. That's the problem. But I switched from the ultra wide to this because I wanted an OLED. So I went to the Alienware 240 hertz, 32-inch OLED, and it's beautiful. I love this thing. It's very slightly curved. Passenger satisfaction. I don't know what it's specifically tied to. I'm sure somebody else does. Oh, wow. We picked up the VOR already. 165 miles out. Oh, high VOR. Yeah, don't land like I did in the first flight. That's exactly right. Hey guys, let me teach you how to fly the CJ4. Boom! Ah, okay. Let's, maybe we shouldn't listen to this guy. FLC for descent. I mean, you can use FLC for descent. You just need to control your vertical rate with your throttle. I mean, if you're going flight level change and pulling it to idle, you're going to go like Go like 10,000 feet per minute or something crazy. But if you leave in, you know, 60, 70% power or something like that, it is a nice way to avoid overspeeding using flight level change in the descent. But yeah, you just got to be on the throttle. 49-inch OLED. Yeah, 1440, yeah. Yeah, I mean, you have enough pixels, right? You have plenty of pixels. Just doesn't happen to be like, you know, 4K pixel density, but I mean, it's an ultra wide. Yeah, I had like, I think mine was like a 20, so I had a 22.9 or something. It was an LG ultra wide that was 1600 pixels tall, and I liked it. I just was done with using the ultra wide. So it had better density, pixel density than most ultra wides because it was 1600 tall instead of 1440. Oh, exceeding the climber descent rate of 3,000 feet per minute makes him angry. High bank angle, yeah. I don't know the exact altitude, but there is a half bank button here, and it does turn it on automatically. You can see when it's on right here, this little thin line that's limiting it to 15 degrees bank each way. Or is that 20? Is that 10, 20, 30? So I think it's limiting it to 15. Oops. I'm in 4x speed. All right, we started our descent. All right, we're going to go through some nastiness on the way down, so we'll just turn on the anti-ice in advance. I'll go to 2x speed for now. Going down from 40,000 feet down to 10,000 feet. All right, then we got Loc 1 shown over here. I guess I'll turn on both bearing pointers, so I'll go to PFD menu, bearing source, and right-click for the top one. Oh, we can't do Loc 1. Okay, interesting. I mean, I still want to be on LNAV, so I don't want to switch my nav source yet. But I would still like to see the bearing pointer. Maybe it's just not in range yet. Since this VOR is... Oh yeah, there it goes. It just shows it right there. It's automatic. Okay. Right. So we have the ILS right here. Oh wait, sorry. That's FMS 1. Yeah, maybe it... Yeah, I guess it does require us to switch to nav 1. Anyway, we're just on our FMS still. Going down on VNAV to the second to last waypoint. Actually, this is our last waypoint before the runway. And we can go faster. I slowed down way too much. Yeah, that visual glitch is really weird at the back like that. Kind of goes away when I move over here. I think it's just the contrail, isn't it? It's like the contrail is being generated the whole height of the plane. Oh, skip to descent. Yeah, I generally just don't use skip to descent because I want the full payday anyway. So my recommendation is usually to use sim rate. You want the full payday. Just rolling coal. Yeah, Jet A is basically diesel, just rolling coal. It just looks so nasty. I mean, I get that maybe it's supposed to look nasty, but I don't know. Johnny, I'm in career mode. We can't see each other when I'm in career mode. Career mode is a very lonely experience. It's like my #1 wish is multiplayer traffic in career mode. I don't know why they decided to make it its own like siloed single player experience. The performance is quite a bit better when I'm not at 8x, so I'm at 55, locked around 55 FPS, and our terrain level of detail is almost up to 300 right now, so But this was one of the planes I was having a lot of VRAM problems with back on the NVIDIA card. AI traffic? You can turn on AI traffic. I think I might have turned it off. Yeah, this right here, air traffic and career. This will turn on AI traffic. Probably have to turn that on too. It will remember your setting this time though. Before sim update 1, turning that to on, it would forget your setting every sim restart, which was super annoying. They finally made it remember the preference. Yeah, Control Shift E shutdown messes it up. Yep. Yeah, last time I wrecked the plane, so it just auto-ended it. But hopefully this time we don't crash on final again. You learned something, you can end the stream now. Good tutorial. Alright, the weather should not be refreshed. It was like 50 something and we're at 28. Sim rate does not increase the UTC time, it just warp speeds your plane. Oh, the MD-82. Yeah, those are pretty intimidating. Ones like the MD-82, the Fokker F-28, even the RJ a little bit. RJ's a little more modern. Kind of like the RJ. Yeah, AK, exactly. I did the grind for, I don't know, 150 hours, who knows, something like that, 200 hours. And once I got to the point where all that was left to do really was grind the Cessna Grand Caravan, or grind medium cargo for the 737, I was like, I'm done. We have a couple more new things to do in career mode, right? Like we can fly the SR-22 now. There's tons of CJ4 missions, so if you want to grind for the 737, it's a little faster. But yeah, until they add multiplayer to career mode, it's so boring. All right, we got the ATIS in that I tuned in earlier, so let's just double check our approach weather. Make sure it should all be right. It hasn't changed, but we'll just listen.
Flagstaff Airport Information, Quebec, 03000 Zulu. Wind 201 at 15. Visibility 10. Sky condition clear. Temperature 9er. Dew point 4. Altimeter tree 000. 56. ILS runway 21 in use. Landing and departing runway 21.
All right.
VFR aircraft say direction of flight. All aircraft
and then we'll just click on the recall button to turn off COM 2. I didn't even turn on TA. I mean, it doesn't matter. But so the winds died down just slightly. Direction changed slightly. So we have 14 knot headwind, 2 knot crosswind from the left. Temperature went down to 9 and 3000 on the altimeter. So let's fix ours. It was 3013. So 3000. And I'll just set this one. Oh my god, that was lucky. All right. All right, we're at 260 knots. Next is to change to local altimeter setting. Did they fix the big firefighting plane? Oh, the Viking exploding after 5 minutes? I don't know if they changed it or not. I mean, you just can't over torque it. That's the problem. That's why that plane is so challenging to fly. You had to keep the prop and the torque way down all the time. So yeah, it took me forever to do that mission. Just started doing career mode. Nice. Career mode is fun. Level. I stopped like 5 or 6 weeks into the release. I'm like 200 something after doing it for like 5 or 6 weeks when the sim came out and then stopping. I think I've done maybe 3 missions since then. Now your level is just a function of time. The more you play, the higher your level. All right, 18,000. So we'll switch to local. All right, we're gonna do full flap landing this time. Oh yeah, I didn't resend my approach reference speed, so I'm gonna go to 2 and just see here. Yeah, it looks like they're the same. You can just send them again. But 96, 102. And we're landing on runway We're landing on 2-1 or 3? 2-1. So when we land up here, we'll just want to keep it going. Terminal's way down here at the other end, so got an 8,800 foot runway. Here's the magnetic variation, 10.3 east, so we subtract 10. East is least, minus 10 to translate from true to magnetic. And I think I had the LIDO chart up here, though. Yeah, we got the LIDO chart for the approach. You could use the FAA one if you want. 214 for the final approach course. Okay. Oh, yeah, it gives us the pointer in advance. So this dashed one represents our localizer. So I'm going to go ahead and just hit the approach button. It's got Loc 1 on standby. This is pretty much the same as it works in the Vision Jet. If you use the Vision Jet and hit the approach button with a Garmin, once we get close enough, it's just going to automatically switch over for us to the localizer. If you want to do it manually, you need to hit the nav button up here that my cursor's on right here where it says nav. That'll switch from FMS to Loc like it just did for us automatically. So now we're on Loc and GS at the same time. All right, let's get to 1x speed. I was on 2x that whole time. So we're on the glide slope. Glide slope and localizer. If we need to do a go around, it is climb to 11,000. So since we're on the glide slope, I can set this to 11,000 already. All right, I brought our speed down. Look, we see SkyWest. We see our AI traffic that I just turned on a minute ago. So there's the runway. And do we have an offset here? 214, 214. And we have the course set for 214 down here. So if we want, we can double check it. The chart says 214. It doesn't always match what the simulator uses. So if we want, we can go to the info, runways, 21. Yeah, see, the heading is actually 211. So I'm going to correct that from 214 to 211 with the course knob up here. Just turn that a few times. Now we have course 211. So now that should line us up better with the runway. So what the magnetic poles are doing in the sim is different from what they're doing or were doing when the charts were made, mattering how old the charts were. So it's better to use the magnetic runway heading of from the sim data than the real world data. So it says 211. Actually, did that get worse? 211 and yeah, 211 is, well, this is the real world though. Oh wait, that's weird. So wait, maybe this airport diagram is more up to date. Hold on, what if we look at the FAA approach chart for the same approach? ILS 21, 214. Oh, it is offset, that's why. Okay, so this is correct then. Okay, so this is right. We do 214. 214 for the localizer. This is the node I was looking for in the LIDO chart. I want to see where that node is. Final approach course offset 3 degrees. So the final approach course is 214. The runway direction is actually 211. So it's a 3 degree offset. We'll have to make that turn to the left ourselves once we get closer.
Passing 10,000 feet.
All right, 10,000. Landing lights, seat belts. And yeah, I'm still kind of learning the LIDO charts myself, so I don't know where the offset is shown here. Is it down here? Okay, so I think we need to look down here. So I don't know if it calls out 3 degrees. So here it's showing 214 for our final approach course, right where our plane is. It says 214. Down here, it shows Loc 3 degrees. So I guess that's the offset, and then the runway is 211. And then here we have our... Sorry, there's Loc 1. Where's our second bearing pointer? I turned that on before. PFD bearing source 2. Oh, it changed it. It turned it off. Oh, it reset it. That's why. So, because the approach mode automatically changed our frequency, that took away the DME on nav2 for Flagstaff at 11385. So, I need to go put that back in again. That's weird. 113. What did I say? 113.85. It's weird that it changed it even though this was in manual mode. It auto-changed it still. So now if I want to look at the DME, I need to go back up. PFD menu, bearing source, down here, VOR2. Okay, and now we can see VOR2 DME is 6 miles, so that's how we identify these waypoints without GPS. So we're at 6 miles, HEVMU is at 4.9. Compensate for the rotation of Earth and the Coriolis effect? Yeah. Done. All right, so I'm going to get flaps 15 down. We're already well within flaps 35 in full gear down. So flaps 15 in gear. All right, 200 knots, and then 160 is flaps 35. It's got those little reminders here for us. Otherwise, I'd forget. And then we'll get gear down. Can I land the airplane without killing everybody on board? We'll see.
Forgot to retract landing gear, Captain.
What did she say? All right, let's go full flaps.
Autopilot.
Disconnect the autopilot and move over here. Line up with the runway. Did she just say don't forget to retract the landing gear? For landing? Oops. That was weird. Alright, we got the offset runway right there, so we gotta land past the threshold. Alright, adding some power because I'm off the glide slope. I don't know if the glide slope's accurate on an offset approach, though. Dude, I'm losing so much altitude again. Alright. Don't do the thing I did last time. Better to land fast and hard than crash, I guess. Alright, we got the Pappies on the left side. A little below the glide slope. So we're supposed to have a 20 knot headwind. Yeah, looks like that's true. Looks like it's about 21 knots. We're going to get crazy turbulence as always in career mode. I mean, it's just bobbing all over the place. I mean, you can look at my airspeed going up and down, how much it's going up and down. It's pretty wild, the trend on it. All right, there are no reversers on this, no auto braking, nothing like that. If you want, you can use your speed brake down here. All right, we actually landed the plane. I also don't know what's up with the rudders on this, but on this plane, the rudders deflect to 100% when I put in about 10% of my rudder. I think the rudders might be messed up. Like, I don't know if it's the same for you guys. But the little, this is full rudder. This is me letting go. That right there is about 10% of my rudder. I'm barely pushing it with my toe, and the rudder is fully deflected. So I think there is something wrong with the rudders in this plane. If you look at the feet here. So if I stop, watch how I push the rudder pedal, and then we'll look at what the rudder actually does. So here's my full rudder deflection, right? Full left, full right. This is full. So full left rudder. Now watch when I do this. So this is neutral. Now look how little I'm going to push it. I just push it a little bit. This is full. This is where I'm going to push it to. Look at the rudder deflection. It's full right here. And I still have this much further to go. So there's something super messed up with the rudders in this plane. Is turbulence way worse? Yes, it is. It's horrible. They've supposedly fixed it, but it seems like it's back now. You get it too. Yeah, there's something messed up with the rudders. Okay, we can actually do the shutdown this time. So we'll get our... we'll pull off the runway here. I can actually complete a mission because I didn't crash the plane. It says skip to descent for some reason still. Let's get the flaps up. Does it not think that I'm at the airport? Maybe when I clear the hold short. It's not advancing my mission steps right now. Always concerning. Well, we'll see if when I park if it finishes it. I don't know. Come on, career mode. I'm at the airport. No, the turbulence and stuff and the winds and the crosswinds in general are super exaggerated in career mode. It's pretty insane. Back to what waypoint? Flagstaff? Oh, it's over there. Oh god, that's annoying. Oh, wait, now we have... Wait, now I have a taxi path. Oh, wait. I just turned on assistances and now maybe I do need to go back over there. Well, at least this waypoint's just on the runway. I wonder if it's a glitch when you turn assistance mode off. Hey, we'll get the flat... Wait, it just went away. Anyway, we'll get the taxi light on and the strobe light off. Done this too many times. Yeah, it's been a while since I've done career mode, so... It doesn't think I'm taxing. That's pretty sweet. I'm not going to skip to descent. Let me just tune the ground. Request taxi to parking.
Flagstaff ground couch.
See if that wakes it up.
Charlie Oscar 18. Request taxi to parking.
Couch Charlie Oscar 18 taxi to general aviation. Parking using taxiway Alpha for Alpha.
Taxiing to general aviation parking using taxiway Alpha Tree. Alpha couch.
And it's weird because it's giving me the... It's giving me the taxi path. It thinks I'm in the air. Nice. Alright, we just take off then. I didn't go high enough, doesn't count. So weird that it shows it over there. And I went over there. GTA 5, yeah, basically. Career mode, yeah, kind of is. Are rudder pedals worth it? If you already have a stick and a throttle, then yeah.
What have we done?
Taxi for takeoff. Yeah, this is annoying. I remember this bug from before too. Shutting it off doesn't do anything either. Let me try this. Change procedure, direct, change procedure, file flight plan. There we go. Oh. It says skip to shutdown. Won't let me announce taxi to parking. Oh, there we go. Alright, well, we got destroyed with the rating because of that, but... Alright, there we go. You just have to mess with the flight plan. I'm not gonna skip to shutdown, no way. I've had that ruin my flight way too many times, too.
Thanks for the flight, Captain.
Alright, so let's actually shut it down. So we'll just turn the lights off, stop both the engines, turn the battery off. So just click the run buttons to turn them to stop, turn our lights off, and then we go over here, turn our battery and our avionics off.
On behalf of the entire company, we would like to thank you.
Just make sure that the engine's shut down. Don't use the control shift E thing.
And wish you a pleasant stay in Flagstaff.
There we go. Don't even need the battery off. Yay, I actually did a mission. All right, so let's see the crazy payday with this thing. It should be pretty good. I obviously... Airline procedures are wrecked because of that ending, but...
Sometimes my genius. It generates gravity.
Sawyer, thanks for the bits. All right, next. So this was a 2 million base pay, so my rep isn't very high, so I'll probably get... Okay, at 3.5. Yeah, they're pretty good. I don't know what my rep was, my overall rep. I think it was below. Yeah, it was like a C. So I didn't even get the... You know, if you're S tier and you're getting the 20%, like you can easily get like 4 mil or more. Condor in our chat did one and got almost 10 million for one of his flights. Yeah, I just refiled it with ATC. Because that ATC flight plan is all connected to how the... oh yeah, I removed the approach procedure. I turned it into a direct. I just changed it to a direct procedure, then refiled, and it kind of just woke it up. All right. What time is it? It's almost 9 p.m. I think I should do one more. Maybe we'll get an RNAV approach or something. I need the money. It's happening. Okay, we're at Flagstaff. What's this one? 1.5 mil to CAD 4. I want a bigger airport. KSUS. 1.5 million to KSUS. 1.2 million. What's KCXP? Carson City. I'll do that one. It's a little shorter. Actually, let me go back and choose the time of day again. There we go. We'll do like morning time, Carson City. Where'd it go? There it is. And let's see what the actual weather is here. All right, VFR gusting 11 knots, overcast at 4100. Except CJ4. When you're in the PC-12, it doesn't let you announce taxi to runway. You have to get an incursion to advance it. Yeah, career mode's got a lot of bugs for sure. I think if I don't wash the plane every time too, it's going to not be happy. Full fuel. All right, let's try to do this one faster than the last. All right, so let's do the, we'll do skip to taxi, skip to takeoff. Try to do, you love to see it.
Hi team.
Oh,
Ready
wow.
to leave for Carson. Already getting everything prepped for our passenger, Mrs. Howell. We expect all of you to provide her with the best of service.
All
I
right.
know I can count on you. Have a nice trip.
We'll just fly from back here, looking out the window. All right, skip to takeoff. IFR flight. Wait, are the tie downs are still on? All right.
Farmington Tower couch, Charlie Oscar.
Wait, what kind of
66,
approaches do we have here at
IFR
Carson?
Departure runway 25.
Cleared for takeoff, runway 25.
2 circling approaches and an RNAV. Is this LPV? It's an LP approach. Oh, God. Yeah, I don't think that's doable. If I had like an ILS or something, I think I would do it.
Cleared for takeoff runway 25 couch, Charlie Oscar 66. To all passengers,
All right, let's hit
welcome on board
comma.
this flight
Let's see
to
how high we're
Carson
going
City.
here.
I'm First Officer Jessica Huerta, and
Jessica?
I'm here to ensure you have an enjoyable flight to Carson City today. If there's anything we can do to
32,000?
make your flight more enjoyable, please let us know. I gently remind you to fasten your seatbelt and that this is a non-smoking flight.
All right, let's
You'll
go.
find a safety
Instead of
briefing
32,
card
we'll
in the
do
seat pocket
44.
in front of you. Prepare for takeoff. Thank you.
All right, flight level change, heading mode, speed up to 240. It's in Mach. We can right click on this to get it back to knots. 700 knots.
Farmington
240.
Tower Exejet 447 ready for IFR departure runway 23.
All right, there's 240.
Exejet
All right, let's do this
447
quickly.
altimeter
Position init.
30.
Click there.
11.
Complete.
Cleared for
Flight
takeoff,
plan.
runway 23.
Probably fine. We'll go to legs. We got altitude and intercept. We'll probably have to do direct 2. We'll see. And then, wait, is there no arrival runway?
Cleared for
Departure.
takeoff, runway 23.
I didn't choose an arrival runway, so good thing we checked. Carson runway 9 is shown here, so we'll just choose runway 9 for a visual. Execute. Go back to legs. Clear the discontinuity by moving this up into the discontinuity point. This is basically the visual approach that we get in a Garmin. So RX is essentially the straight waypoint, and then this would be the runway. So it gives us an altitude there, so we'll have a top of descent. All right, let's do the performance for takeoff. Let's see. Let's just grab the ATIS if there's one available. No, there's not. So we'll see if there's a METAR. Info, weather. There's the METAR. So the wind, we're going to check the runway variance first. True to magnetic is -9, or, you know, -10 plus 1. So here, 090 minus 10 is 080 plus 1, 081. So 081 for the winds at 8 knots. Put that in. Outside air temperature is 8. And altimeter 3015. It says 3011. Okay, now we'll go next and send these. So we got a rotation speed 114. You know what I didn't do is I didn't do performance init with our gross weight. Here, 0 fuel weight, 104.88. There we go. Execute. Now take off. We already have that in. Next, and I don't know if it changed or not.
Exejet 447 contact.
All right, we'll do a flap
MSFS
0 again.
118.
Barrow units, you can do that up here. Go to the PFD menu button right up here. Click that. It opens this menu down here. This double knob here where it says menu advanced data, use the inner and outer part. So we're going to start with the outer part. Whoops, I have to hit PFD menu again. Outer part. Scroll this down to where it says config and highlight config. Right click on the inner part where it says push select. And then the first option is pressure. Use the inner knob to go between the two. And then when you're done, you can hit PFD menu a couple times to get out of it. You can rewind the YouTube stream to see that again, Betty. All right, so we got our takeoff performance set. We're going to go flaps 0 And we'll just bring it to legs here. I think we're good. So we got... Let's check that our pitot heat's on. There's a bug with the light on number 2, it looks like. Pitot heat's on. We're going flap 0. And pitch trim, you can set to how you want it. Oh, it's got flaps 15. I'm going to do flap 0. And we got this set up. Flight level change 240 and heading mode. Let's make sure our lights are on. Landing. Don't need the logo. We'll put the belts on. Pulse off. Alright. And then if we want, we can go into... where is it? Tuning. T-A-R-A. Alright, parking brakes off. And we already got our takeoff clearance there, I think. Clear for takeoff 23 exec jet. Is that us? No, we're runway 25. Clear for takeoff 25. Couch CC06. It keeps changing my tail number and stuff. Alright, displays threshold. It has a white arrow, which means we can use it. If it had yellow arrows, we cannot. We'd have to move up to the threshold, but white we can use for takeoff, not for landing. Alright, once we line up, I'm going to sync the heading bug straight ahead. I already have heading mode on, but we're going to sync the heading bug straight ahead, and then I'm also going to hit nav mode so it's ready to use as soon as we take off. Alright, full throttle. Flaps are 0. And rotation speed is 114. Looks like we got a little bit of a tailwind. Alright, there's 100. 114.
V1, rotate.
Alright, positive rate, gear up. Watching the green number for 1,000 AGL. 1,000. Pull the throttle back to climb power over here. We're in climb now. Acknowledge that with enter. I'll get the autopilot on. Get the flaps up, but they're already up, so I'm not. And you'll see nav mode started right away because we have like a little SID, it looks like, departure procedure. So it's just doing it automatically. Yeah, we got the Plato 1 procedure. So we can bring that up here. Here's the Plato 1. So it's automatically turning us on this departure procedure because we had nav mode on. Just monitor that down here. All right, 8,500 feet. I'm just going to get the landing lights off now. Pitot heat is on. Not flying through any clouds. Outside air temp is 2. And let's open this up and cancel IFR.
Denver Center Couch, Charlie Oscar 66. Cancel IFR at this time.
Here comes 10,000 feet.
Couch Charlie Oscar 66. Passing 10,000 feet. Cancel radar service terminated. Squawk 1200. Maintain VFR. Frequency change approved. Good day.
We don't have to reply to them. Alright, climb to 32,000, fly to Carson. If we want to go higher, I believe we can just do this. I want to go to 44. So you can mess with the mission steps by just changing the flight plan. So we'll do 440, go down, file with ATC. Aw, it doesn't work? Boo. I swear that used to work. Alright. Maybe it'll change. What if I change the departure procedure and do 440 and then file? 32,000. Yeah, it doesn't like me. Request it. I already canceled IFR. Maybe it'll be okay with it as long as we get past 32,000.
I tell you what, I've got some very important propane and propane accessories on this plane heading to Nevada. Carson City is about to have the biggest beer and barbecue cookout this side of the Gulf of America. Please, pilot, don't land too hard or risk disrupting all the all-natural clean propane.
I will do my best. I don't think we're going to have a repeat of the first flight here. You never know, though. All right, well, if we look at our flight plan, I mean, this is pretty straight. If you look at your flight plan and you want to cut off a segment, again, I think I showed this earlier, but if you want to do a direct to, just hit DIR, choose the waypoint, hit execute. It'll take you directly to that waypoint from your current position. With the FMS will advance to that waypoint. All right, coming up to 18,000. Let's right click this standard altimeter. I didn't turn this. Oh, this one wasn't even on. I mean, you could probably leave this off if you don't care about it and you just, don't want to be realistic, and maybe it'll save you half a frame per second. That's just right over here, the standby flight display right here. Oh, it is. That's weird. Now it's on. That's weird. It looked like it was in the on position, but it just wasn't on. You can just turn it off if you want. Damn. This is like a mini game because the push doesn't work to turn it to 2992. So you got to try to roll it in one try to 2992. If you get it, it automatically completes the mission and you get 100%. You have to do it the first time you try though without stopping, and you have to move it fast enough. You can't like do this. It'll detect it after 1 second. That's too long. Oh. Huh. Come on. Damn. 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 All right, never mind. When you load in, you have 0 controls that work. Even the main page, anything on your Xbox controller, nothing worked. Very weird. Now we're at 21,000. I'm going to go to double speed, as we would do if we were grinding this without people watching. Grinding it in career mode. The heck? So weird, when you look away, it shows the waypoint. Oh, there. If I turn assistances off, it goes away. All right. It wants us to go to Fevad. That's not even a waypoint on here. Weird. All right, we're going through some clouds. Outside air temps, -33. We'll turn on engine anti-ice. Whoa, what the heck was that? Holy crap. We're only in 2x speed right now. What's going on? Is the puppy in here stepping on my rudder pedals or something? She's not. Sync the heading bug. What's going on? Plane gets beat up sometimes, yeah. The propane, no. Sorry, Hank. I mean, that's not in my control, you know? All right, static air temp is under -40, so we're going to get the engine anti-ice off. Your mission to the 737 stuck. You can't request IFR. Try like messing with the flight plan and refiling it. You might have to wait until you get in the air and then contact somebody. Maybe it's a... Whoa, what the heck? What is... The whole plane is moving. You guys seeing this? What? Oh, is it like glitching out because I'm in the person's head? Yeah, it's because I'm in the person's head, I think. Yeah, I can see the outline of their head a little bit here. Yeah, I'm in their head. This is one of the showcase cameras. Wow, one looking in the toilet. In the bathroom, that's creepy. It's like a camera. Kind of a creepy spot to put a fixed camera. This one's not bad. Get out of your head. Oh. The nightmare fuel. I do what I can. Hey, at least that's all I do instead of turning on the webcam, you know? Why'd they model a whole mouth? Well, remember when you do the certification ones, you actually see the instructor talking to you when you're doing the flight training, but then you never see an NPC move their mouth again. It's kind of cool when the instructor moved his mouth. That's true immersion and very necessary. The teeth are costing me FPS. I agree. There's a whole tongue in there, I think. Fly to Carson, fly to none. Alright, well I guess we'll fly to none.
Stop it. Get some help.
Get some help. Immersion. There's a feature they made never implemented again because it took, what took too long? Oh, the talking? Yeah, guess so. We're getting the cabin altitude thing again. Vertical or FLC? FLC. Pretty much always want to use FLC to climb. I don't think you can do a VNAV climb in this. I don't know that I've tried it, but a VNAV climb would be if you're wanting to follow altitude restrictions. I don't know if you can do a VNAV climb with this, actually. All right, we're getting the bug just because of our cruise altitude. But you generally want to climb in flight level change because, I mean, we're not talking about airliners, but in planes smaller than airliners, you want to climb with flight level change because the dangerous part about climbing is your airspeed. So by using flight level change, you set a target airspeed. 6,800 feet per minute. It's awesome. Well, when you're at low altitudes, yeah. I mean, you can see we're getting up to our cruise ceiling though. So we're only at 800 feet per minute now. Yeah, the danger with climbing with vertical speed is that you're forcing the plane to pitch to try to maintain that vertical speed. If you get too high into the atmosphere, you command too high of a vertical speed in general, you could have the plane pitch itself and stall because it's pitching too high. So, yeah, flight level change is safer to climb with. And then generally like vertical speed for descent because you want to calculate how long it will take you in, feet per minute. You'll know how many minutes it will take you to get down to the altitude you're trying to get to. All right, we're at 44,000. Let's go to cruise. Cruise power setting. Crew. My buddy sent me this Razer ID. Like Razer, the gaming company. It says Razer ID verified by world. Be verified as a human. Here's single sign-on proof of human for the AI gaming era. With AI technologies on the rise, can you be certain that your opponent is human? We push the possibilities of AI in gaming. We want to preserve the soul of competitive play between one human player to another with Razer ID. You get a secure and private way to confirm your human identity all through the convenience of single sign-on. When I was playing like competitive gaming more often, I wanted, because of running into cheaters, I had I'm sure other people have thought of this too, like you want like a verified, specifically for competitive gaming and super competitive games, like think like Counter-Strike, Valorant, Dota, League, those kind of games. Getting cheaters in those games is just so annoying. It's literally wasting your life, right? Like they're wasting your time. You're trying to get good at something. You're trying to play it competitively, not casually. You can't get better because people are cheating. You can't climb the ranks because people are cheating or trolling or whatever in a competitive environment. So I always thought like somebody should start, some big gaming company should start some identification process where you do give them, it's funny coming from me as like the privacy person, but in the case of like preserving like competitive games and needing a way to ban people who cheat in games competitively, like globally ban them from every game. Essentially, you could optionally give them your ID or whatever it takes to verify your true identity in a secure way. Only they would know it. Keep in mind, this would be run, like picture Valve doing something like this. Like a company you'd actually trust with your data, potentially. And what they could do is let game developers make lobbies that require you to be verified, like a verified gamer kind of thing. I don't think Razer is using it for that, but it would be cool if they did. Quick scope by robots, exactly. I mean, it's funny, my buddy linked me to this Razer ID thing. It says that they're doing it for, fair playing by ensuring everyone playing is a human, to be an anti-bot gaming identification system. I mean, Razer's a well-known enough brand to do it, I guess. And it wouldn't be required. Like if you want to log in and play unranked Dota, sure. But if you want to play ranked Dota where people climb the ladder and compete for literally millions and millions of dollars, you want to make sure that nobody's in there who's cheating, trolling, not taking the competitive side seriously. So humans still cheat, yes, but the idea is by using your real world identification as a individual to be verified as that individual, like you would with the government or whatever, you do it through the gaming network and they can ban you globally from all competitive games that use that network. If you cheat in one game, say you're caught cheating in competitive Counter-Strike, they could literally ban you from every game competitively ever. What the punishment would it be for a year, 10 years, life? You would know that if someone cheated in a game you don't even play, they're not going to then jump to your game and cheat in that game. So you could truly punish cheaters for cheating in games. They could extend it to non-competitive games like, think Escape from Tarkov, and they don't have to ban everybody. Like they could make it so you can play the casual mode all you want and it's probably filled with cheaters and go ahead. But if you're taking a game seriously and sinking all your free time into it and playing it competitively, and you want a verified gamers only lobby, I feel like it would be good to offer it as an option. So then if people want to compete at the highest level and they're playing Valorant or whatever game it is, and they want to ensure they're not running into people who are cheating, trolling, have cheated in other games, then there would be lobbies optionally for those people that want it to be serious. And have the confidence that people aren't cheating in your game. Yeah, exactly. Call of Duty, Escape from Tarkov, whatever you play. League, Dota, Valorant. I mean, Valorant's got one of the best anti-cheat systems ever. But the only way you can actually stop cheaters from cheating is making it so they have to do real-world identification. So there's no other way to do it. You can't do it through payment method. You can't do it through hardware ID. All of those people always end up back cheating again. The only possible way to get them to not is real-world identification. As privacy concerned as I am for like things that are like totally unnecessary, you could, like, I would opt in for that personally. Yeah, it's a choice. You don't have to play on those servers. But that's what I'm saying is for the people that are treating it really seriously, they want the confidence, they want the peace of mind knowing they're not playing with cheaters or bots. You know, now that bots are on the rise even more, maybe that's what Razer is going to do with this eventually. It says human only, fair plays by integrating Razer ID. So they're basically starting it. They haven't said that they're going to do lobbies, but they could offer that. They could say, okay, well, we have this Razer ID thing. Now we have an API. Hey, Fortnite, hey, Epic, do you want to use this? Here's the API. You can implement it and have lobbies where it says real Razer ID only. And you check that, and you only play with people who are ID'd through Razer. VATSIM is not comparable. It's a make-believe ATC program. It has nothing to do... What does VATSIM have to do with winning millions of dollars as a competitive gamer? Nothing. Flight Sim is the most casual thing ever. There's no competition in VATSIM. I mean, you're not training for real-world pilot hours in VATSIM, right? None of it counts towards real-world. And in fact, I've heard that tons of the stuff they do is so realistic anyway. It's not ruining any time you're spending in real life. If it's competitive for people that are into esports and stuff, even if you're not, like, the option... I mean, how many people... Like, I would do that just playing games casually. If I was still playing Call of Duty... Like, I used to play, yeah, when Warzone 1 came out. Yeah, it was super fun then. It's so old now, but... I want to know that I'm not playing against bots and cheaters. I don't want to waste my time. If you're working at anything and you're trying to get good at it in a competitive environment, it just feels like such a kick in the balls when you realize that people are cheating against you. I used to play like Dota a bunch too, and I would look at cam replays. It's pretty rare in Dota, but there was somebody using an auto-click script, and you can watch the replay and watch them doing it. Just a few times that I ran into that were so frustrating. You're like, dude, I've been like putting thousands of hours into this game, learning it, trying to get good, and you're just sitting here using a cheat. It just gets offensive. Like, it's literally wasting your real world life. We only got so many hours. Do I want to play against cheaters or give my ID to like a reputable gaming company so I can ensure that I'm not playing against cheaters? I would personally do that. As privacy minded as I am, I would trust a company like Valve or maybe even Razer. I don't know. They've been around long enough. If it's for the collisions, move the most traffic deal with squeakers, can't follow direction. I mean, the competitive ATC. I mean, they already will get rid of people who are like underage, right? Can you even use it? I mean, there's, I'm sure there's an age limitation. But the thing is, like, if you don't want to deal with trolls and like, there's so many toxic games out there. That's why Flight Sim is kind of nice. Just, you know, in the game itself, I mean, you can't really get trolled in it. Not really. It's just stream snipe on landing. There's no way they introduce stuff like that if you can't turn it off. Like, I would just turn it off. Or I just turn multiplayer off. Yeah, I don't know. For competitive gaming, like, if I don't play competitive games really anymore, but that's the kind of stuff that I would rant about back when I was doing those. It's just like, so tired of people making multiple accounts, smurfing, cheating, hacking, auto aim scripts, bots. If you could play any game and get rid of all of that so you could take it seriously, to have that option would be great. Top of descent, 47 minutes. All right, I'll go to 4x speed. All right, what did I set up for here? Runway 27 recommended with an 8-knot crosswind. And I think we set up for the visual for 27. Oh, there's an RNAV for 27. All right, let's set up for the RNAV 27 LP approach. This is similar to the one at Telluride, which is only lateral guidance, localizer precision. So we'll just have an advisory glide slope. So let's go here, arrival. We're on 25. Where? Oh, that's departure. Whoops. Arrival. Over to 27. RNAV 27. We'll choose the only initial approach fix. And we'll just go clear the discontinuity. Execute. Let's put that in here. And we changed runways. Runway 27. 27 via chime. Let me just take a look at it on the map. All right, yeah. SAD key was there. Maybe we can get rid of SAD key and go from inslow directly to chime. So I'm going to go in here, delete SAD key. And then we'll delete SAD key down here. Just make it a little straighter in. So I'll just scroll down to SAD key. I'll hit the clear delete button. It says delete. Choose SAD key. Hit execute. And now we should see it go directly from inslow to chime. That's what it does. All right, top of descent, 39 minutes. Zoom the map out. What's nice is this plane seems to remember all your settings, because I had this on plan view last time and it's still on plan view this time. Kind of sweet. Yeah, 4X doesn't seem too bad in this plane. 8X, not so great. Sometimes you still get the up-down porpoising stuff in 4X. It's not too bad. It's just the general rule. Like 2X is very safe to walk away from. 4X, usually not. 8X, definitely not. Here's the webpage if you guys want to look at it. The proof of human thing. I'll throw it in the chat. It's interesting. I don't know that I care too much about it anymore because I don't really play competitive games, but back when I did, I think I would care more about it. I mean, I did care about it back then. I was like ranting about it. I was like, I can't believe this crap. They need to do something. I never want to run into a cheater again. I mean, they didn't say that they're. I mean, I don't know how they're using it, but it sounds like that's basically what they're making. Is they want to make a network. I mean, how else would they use it, right? Like, what's the point of proving that you're a human for the Razor network? It has to be implemented into other games. But it says verify your Razor ID with proof of human. You get a secure and private way to confirm your human identity with a single sign-on network. It says it's a new framework to conveniently implement features such as anti-botting, anti-bullying, and user authentication. I wish they would put anti-cheating. That's basically, I mean, it's basically the same as anti-botting, but yeah. Anti-cheating, they could make it so they ban somebody and their Razor ID gets banned or put in a 1-year suspension for cheating. And then they literally can't play any game in a Razor ID lobby until their ban goes away. it would add real consequences to it. So, which nobody has done before. A VAC ban doesn't keep people away. No hardware ID ban keeps people away. They just spoof it. Be great. People would think twice about it if all of a sudden they can't play any game competitively in those lobbies anymore. I think it's a great idea. It doesn't even really affect me. I still think it's a great idea. Razer ID verified by World ID? Oh, World ID. Wait, what the heck? This is already confusing. It says Razer. Oh, Razer ID verified by World ID. So World ID is the Sam Altman thing? I think I heard about it. I don't think it's a bad idea. I mean, as time goes on, it's going to get harder and harder to know if someone's a human. People are going to end up needing to wear like a QR code rotating thing on their hat or something when they're in videos. And then people can scan it and it goes through some network and verifies it was them. It's like two-factor authentication whenever you're in a video or a photo. IRS makes you submit a photo ID and selfie to sign up for their online services. A lot of banks. Oh, yeah, for sure. Yeah, I mean, for stuff like that, we're all used to verifying our identity for important things. It's just up to you if say, competitive gaming uses this World ID verified thing to be anti-bot, anti-cheater, and you do competitive gaming, then, you know, it's a choice. But some of us, I mean, it's possible that a lot of us are going to have this proof of human thing in the future if AI gets absolutely insanely advanced. I mean, it's already pretty advanced, right? Just the last few years with AI video and photo generation and all that. It's getting really hard to tell what's real and what's not. You know, if you know to look for it, sure, but give it a few more years, 5 more years. Imagine 10 more years what it's going to be like. It could be a real challenge to verify if somebody was a human in videos and photos. So there's it's going to have to be some way to do it. Yeah, it's coming for better or worse. I don't think it's... Yeah, it almost feels inevitable. Yeah, I mean, this is just for gaming, but... I mean, World ID is not for gaming, I guess, but this Razer thing is. But for competitive gaming, I mean, I'm a fan of it. If it could save your... whatever, your reputation, save you, you know, a bad situation in real life by doing it, I think most people will probably be okay with it. If, like, anybody can make an AI of you doing anything using your likeness in a video, it's kind of crazy. I mean, celebrities are probably one of the first... Celebrities are the first people. They're going to probably be like, please protect me against this. All right, we got some weather there. Right over there. All right, top of descent, 7 minutes. I'm in 4x speed. Let's go ahead and pull down our altitude and hit VNAV. Let's look at our final altitude for that RNAV approach. 6,700. 240 is our final approach course down to 6,700. So we'll put in 6,700. I guess I could put in the minimums if I want. Down to 5,900. Wait, is that cat? Are we A or B? It's 5,900 for both, so LP 5,900. I guess I'll just do that. So our advisory glide slope can take us down further. All right, 5,900, and then I'll put in the minimums here. PFD menu. Or sorry, not PFD. We'll go refs menu. And then just scroll down to minimums. Barrow. Right click to select Barrow and then roll the inner knob, the smaller part of the knob, to get to 5,900. All right, 5,900 refs. And let's look up the weather. Carson weather. If we want, we can tune in the frequency. Oh, there's no ATIS. All right, so we only have the METAR to go by. So let's go down here and put in the METAR performance, approach performance. And I'll put in the temperatures 5 right here, QNH 2988. Wind is 210 at 8. Started our descent. All right, let me bring it down to 2x. All right, that should be good. Everything's fine. Okay, wind. So let's look at the magnetic variation on the runway info. 83 to 71 is minus 12. So 210 minus 12 is 198. So we'll do 198/8 knots. No gust. 2 knot headwind, 7 knot crosswind. I think that's what it showed here. Oh, 2 and 8. It says 2 and 7. 8 knots from 210. 8 knots from 210. Did I do that right? 83 to 71 is minus 12. Yeah, 198 at 8. It says 27 instead of 28. All right. And we got all that in, so we're going to go next. And then anti-ice off and send 109, 103. All right. And yeah, fuel and everything looks good. It says we'll have 3,100 pounds when we get there. Wait, 3,100. Yeah, we got 3,600 right now. All right, this is an RNAV approach, so no need for tuning our radios to anything. We'll just hit the approach button when we get close to the final approach course. Oh yeah, derpy. Almost as bad as collision in F-18 being replaced with a 737. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. You guys were saying that Sim Update 2 is supposed to have multiplayer wake turbulence. That could be abused really bad. We'll see what happens. I don't know how they plan on... I mean, there'll have to just be a way to turn it off, but... Can definitely troll people. All right, altimeter was 2988. Let's put that in down here in the pre-selector. 2988, and we'll put this one at 88 in advance. Gonna love it with the multiplayer flights. I think it'll just be one of those things where we turn it on or off, mattering. Can't imagine it's gonna make multiplayer FPS friendly. I have no idea what to expect. I don't think we need multiplayer wake turbulence personally. That sounds just like... It's one of those things that probably should just have been a no answer. Clouds on high. I think they might be on ultra. Auto FPS, I think, is changing them to ultra. I had them on high before and I left it, but I think, yeah, they're back on ultra again. And I didn't change it. I think auto FPS is doing it. Yeah, auto FPS says clouds ultra. I don't know why it keeps changing it to ultra instead of just doing what I wanted to do. I don't want it to be dynamically changing either from one to another, because that's kind of jarring looking. Yeah, I usually have clouds on ultra, but auto FPS, the only option is one that's called decrease cloud quality. And it says reduce by 1 level if activation condition is met. Whatever that means. But it keeps forcing it back to ultra, which is kind of annoying. I don't want it to, I just want them to be stuck on high forever. I don't want it changing the quality from high to ultra either. Or from high to medium. It's kind of annoying. Yeah, I'm sure they'll add like a multiplayer wake turbulence option, yes or no. It'll probably be off by default. I just don't know that it's worth it. Isn't that what we're getting on final already anyway in career mode, is multiplayer wake turbulence? Like every time we land, it's like a tornado. All right, coming up to some clouds. Static air temp, -32. Get the anti-ice on here. Engine anti-ice. If the wings show any icing, then we can turn on the tail or the wing anti-ice. Nobody's asking for it? Yeah, but what about the super angry guy in his basement who's been ranting about it for 4 years on forums everywhere? What about him? He wants it. Yeah, just one of those things I just don't think it's worth doing. This is where somebody managing the project should just say no. The Redditors, yeah. All right, 21,000 anti-ice is on. Just checking the wings. See if any icing is happening. We got the wing and tail anti-ice if we need it. All right, coming up to transition level at 18,000, so we'll switch to local. 2988 is what it's supposed to be. Yeah, looks like we're flying into some nasty weather. Oh, wow. This one's offset as well. So offset 29 degrees. All right. So localizer precision, not super useful when it's a 30-degree offset almost. So look, it ends up putting us down this direction after the FAF, and then we need to turn right 30 degrees to land at the runway here. Go around is climbing left turn, 13,400, direct jump to down this way. So I'll peel off to the left, 13,000. 13,400. Minimum safe altitude, 12,000 feet within 25 miles of Walkev. Walkev, where's that? Oh, that's at the airport. Or right, it's the missed approach point. It's right at near the runway. All right, let's slow down a lot. Coming down to 10,000 feet soon. I'm in 2x speed. I'm going to switch to normal speed now. Get it down to 250 knots. Let's get the landing lights on early. Seatbelt signs are on. The fuel pump in the Cessna 185. I mean, usually you use the fuel pump to, like, I think prime the fuel for starting the engine, and then you use it as redundancy for takeoff and landing in case the engine-driven fuel pump dies. I'm not sure. You have to look at the checklist to see when it's supposed to be used. I think some planes you turn it on for startup, but most of the time it's just redundancy for the engine-driven pump. Oh, you think it's not implemented? The pressure stays on 0 when the engine's off and the pump is on. Could be. All right, here comes 10,000. Under 250 knots, kind of way under it. We are going to make some sharp turns here, so I don't want to be too fast. And then after Wolkev, we're turning to the right 30 degrees to land. So we have Wolkev, and then a right turn 30 degrees to land on the runway. The final approach course is 240. But the runway is like 270. So it's showing 240, 27. Procedure not authorized at night. All right, 9,900 feet, down to 220 knots. All right, we're turning towards-ish our final approach course, so I'm just going to hit approach. Alt-V, glide path, and we're just setting it to go down to minimums. All right, we're going to slowly get down to about 200 knots so we can get into gear and flaps 15 range. All right, we got terrain on over here, weather on over here. Still got anti-ice on. Let's check the weather. -1. We'll just leave it on until we're down. Clear this. Yeah, it definitely looks spicy. Especially knowing that whatever the winds say, it's going to be a 20-knot gust. A plus 20-knot gust on final because of career mode stuff. Going to be really fun. All right, we got 2,000 feet to go until minimums. So after FAPGA, that's our final approach fix. FAPGA, we're going to be at 6,700. The advisory vertical path will take us down to 5,900. That's our minimums we'll need to see the runway at. I'm gonna get flaps 15 right now. Alright. It's holding us at 6,700 until we pass that waypoint, so there's a new TOD that's shown over here. Is that supposed to be rain? I don't see anything. I like that we hear rain, but we don't see rain. I'm not sure about the speed brake, Z. I'd have to look it up. I don't think it says on there. Okay, we're going to make a right turn and follow the advisory glide path down a little bit. Got a 10 knot, mostly headwind right now. You can put this on prog page 2 to keep an eye on our crosswind component. Once we make the turn, we're going to get a more of a crosswind. Then we're going to turn again to the right, that 30 extra degrees to line up with the runway. So we're going to get a crosswind component. Even more of a crosswind there. All right, everything is looking good with our lights.
Altitude.
All right, it's turning us right. And once we get to this next waypoint, the airport's going to be off our right side, 30 degrees offset. I think I need to turn the airport indicator on here. I'm going to get rid of the weather. It's not really useful. And I'm going to go down here and hit display menu, airports. I don't see it. All right, there's the runway. All right, let's get autopilot off and gear down. 200 feet till minimums, but we got it in sight. Get under our flaps 35 speed. Okay, full flaps.
Minimums.
No synthetic terrain, no Travis.
I just want to tell you both good luck. We're all counting on you.
All right, we're good on the Vazzies. Speed's fine. Winds, it's like up to 10 knots from the front left, it looks like. Here comes a tornado on final, always. We're going to just shift to a perfect crosswind the moment I'm about to touch down, like every time. Should probably set something up for that. I don't fly this too often. Usually we have auto spoilers in the things we're flying, so I don't have to pull out the speed brake too often, but... Alright, sweet. All right, flaps up, speed brake up. Taxi lights on, landing lights off, strobe lights off. See if my mission steps are messed up. Contact and announce position. It's not working. Does this happen every time now? Announce taxi to parking. It's not working either. Let me stop here and do the same thing I did last time. I'll just go up here, turn this to a direct for the approach, and hit file with ATC. There we go. It's so weird. All right, there's the parking stand. I mean, that seems to work fine for now if it messes up like it did both flights. Oh, they're about to leave the space station right now? Really? The astronauts are? I watched the docking the other day. But I guess I know what I'm doing now after this flight, after I park.
Thanks for the flight, Captain.
Of course, Sawyer's watching it. Yeah, again, do not use Control-Shift-E. Just go down here and just shut the engines off. Just click each one until it says stop and just wait. You don't even have to do the battery, it looks like. Plane just bouncing. Passengers super angry. I really hope someday it tells us why. Like, already 2.3 million. We'll take it. I need the reputation. Mine's been tanked after that crash. What a way to start off the second ever attempt at a live tutorial by crashing the plane into Telluride. That was wonderful. Definitely not embarrassing. It's not going to stop me from trying again later though. Crashed. Yeah. I landed short of the runway at Telluride. It was horrible. Real bad. You can rewind and laugh at it. It's great. Oh, yeah. The end of my first flight. It was horrible. The crosswinds were insane. I pulled out the throttle and it just dropped like a rock. And I had toga power and it just couldn't recover. It was too late. It was over. That was it. All right, guys. That'll do it for me. It's almost 10 here. I guess I'll tune into the NASA thing. Here, let me paste this in, I'll paste this in the YouTube channel. Sawyer sent this, the NASA link for the undocking happening. That's pretty cool. All right, guys. Good games. No, not one more. If you want to watch the replay, you can watch it on Twitch, or it'll be on YouTube forever if you go to YouTube. I did 3 flights. That's enough for me. I'm going to get some food. And yeah, I think I'll watch that stream for a bit. Oh, Canadian 007 streaming? Here, we'll raid Canadian, you guys on Twitch. Our fellow couch captain. Looks like he's been on almost 2 hours. So we'll raid Canadian, our fellow couch captain, on the Twitch side if you guys want to join along. All right, guys, have a good one. Hope you enjoyed that super embarrassing first attempt at a landing. I think the other two were fine, though. I will see y'all tomorrow. We're going to do bird tour tomorrow. Stupid Birds group flight continues tomorrow. So if you guys want to do a group flight with us, it's very casual. We're making our way from BC into the US, into America. We started in Alaska. We're going all the way down to South America in little planes. I think we're finally not needing float planes. We've been in floats for like 3 days. But yeah, we fly all sorts of planes. We've been flying the 185 a lot. It'll be around that speed. But yeah, if you want to join, it'll be the same time tomorrow, probably around 5:30, 6 o'clock California time. So maybe see you then. And yeah, that's all. I will see y'all on the next stream. Thanks for the support today. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for all the biddies. Much appreciated. And I'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a good night. And let's give Canadian some raid action over on Twitch. See you guys there. Bye-bye. Good game. Oh yeah, we earned like several million. I got 22 million already. Easy money. Easy credits. All right, see you guys.